Good afternoon, everyone. I'd like to welcome you to the City of Santa Barbara Planning Commission meeting for July 8th, 2021. Welcome back from a July 4th holiday. I hope everyone had a safe and relaxing weekend. I'd like to ask my commission colleagues to come online. At this time, we're going to ask staff to do a voice roll call. Good to see everyone. Let's make sure everyone on the screen first. Ms. Fennessy, I think we're ready for you.
Thank you, Chair and Commissioners. I'll now start the roll call. Chair Schwartz.
Here.
Vice Chair Escobedo.
Here.
Commissioner Bonderson.
Here.
Commissioner Higgins.
Here.
Commissioner Reed.
Here.
Commissioner Lodge.
Here.
And Commissioner Wiscombe.
Here.
Thank you. We have a quorum.
Thank you, Ms. Fennessy. Before we go to preliminary matters, I wanted to mention a couple of logistics items for today. First, I've notified staff that I have a hard stop time of 5:30, and our Vice Chair Escobedo is aware of this as well. So as we move through our hearing today, if we are getting close to that time, we'll likely just pause and turn it over to Vice Chair Escobedo to continue on. We'll just have to see the amount of time that's needed for our hearing items. Secondly, there was a significant Southern California Edison power outage in my neighborhood that went all the way through to parts of downtown and west downtown late yesterday into the night. And without identification of the cause, I don't know if everything has been resolved or if we might experience more outages today. And unfortunately, that would interrupt the hearing. So Vice Chair Escobedo is going to be standing by just in case I have internet instability, as he always does, and thank him for that. So with that, let's have everyone return, and we're going to go to preliminary matters. And I'll ask Ms. DeBus to let us know if we have any requests for continuances, withdrawals, postponements, or addition of X agenda items.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We have none.
Very good. Any announcements or appeals?
I have no announcements or appeals today.
Okay. Moving right along, let's go to review, consideration, and action on the June 3rd, 2021 Planning Commission meeting minutes. We also have a resolution 003-21 for 11 Anacapa Street and the June 10th, 2021 Planning Commission minutes. So with that, whatever the pleasure is of my colleagues in terms of taking them individually, or we could have the first two items together and then number three, whatever, however you would like to handle this, colleagues. Any preference in terms of any feedback you might have? Commissioner Bonderson, you have your hand raised, I think.
Thank you, Chair Schwartz. I do have a question on the June 9th minutes. If I may ask, Ms. Hennessy, I believe, would be the person to ask. Under my name on page 3 of 6, on the second bullet point, it actually shows that there is a cross out. I was curious to know what that was. Was it something that needs to be removed completely, or is it something that is actually belongs there?
Ms. Fennessy, could you please come online and join us? Commissioner Bonderson has a question for you.
Yes, I think that was a mistake, and I will fix it once the minutes are approved.
Thank you.
Is that it under your section, Commissioner Bonderson? Nothing else? Okay.
That's
Very good.
Okay, thank you.
Anything else that requires any adjustments from the meeting minutes? Let's also take a look at the resolution 003-21. Any edits or changes required to that from what we have in our packet? Okay, I don't see any hands raised. We can just continue moving on. Any corrections, edits, so forth for the June 10th Planning Commission meeting minutes? No hands raised there. All right, and I do see that Commissioner Reed is offline. Maybe staff could find out if he's having any technical difficulties there. Oh, you're back.
Yes, I'm here.
Okay. Okay, very good. So with that, I think we're ready for a voice vote. Ms. Hennessy, if you could please come on and with the one correction that Commissioner,
Madam
yes,
Chair, we need a motion. I'll move the June
Yes.
3rd minutes and resolution 003-21 and the June 10th, 2021 minutes.
okay, and we just had that one correction that Commissioner Bonderson asked for. I'm sorry, Commissioner Lodge, did you have your hand up to second that?
I second it, yes.
Okay, so we have Wiscombe and Lodge. Ms. Hennessy, would you please come online and take a voice vote on that motion, please?
Yes, I will now start the roll call vote. Vice Chair Escobedo,
Yes.
Commissioner Bonderson,
Yes.
Commissioner Higgins,
Yes.
Commissioner Reed,
Yes.
Commissioner Lodge,
Yes.
Commissioner Wiscombe,
Yes.
and Chair Schwartz.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion passes.
Thank you, Ms. Fennessy. Ms. DeBusk, we'll ask you to return to see if there are any members of the public who would like to speak to us on items not on the agenda today.
Thank you, Madam Chair. For any member of the public that would like to make a comment on items that are not on today's agenda, please click the raise lower hand icon in the control panel, and I will notify you when it's your turn to speak. Each speaker has 2 minutes, and you cannot donate time to another speaker. It looks like we have one public commenter for items not on today's agenda. Lanny Ebenstein, you have been unmuted and you have 2 minutes to speak.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. Chair Schwartz, members of the commission, thank you for the opportunity to address you today, and thank you for your service to the community. I'm speaking today on behalf of the Coalition to Preserve Mission Canyon, and in particular, the Mission Creek Bridge, which may be on your agenda in the near future. You know that the Historic Landmarks Commission unanimously found all the proposals wanting for demolition of the existing historic bridge and construction of a new bridge. The proposals are all not to retain any of the existing bridge, it's to tear the existing bridge down and then put some of the stones back on a new bridge. And that's what people are very opposed to. With respect to planning commissions, planning issues, this would speed traffic up. It's inconsistent with Vision Zero to increase speeds along Mission Canyon Road. It's natural traffic calming now. There are errors in the proposals, and we'll send you further information on this with respect to the width of Los Olivos at the aqueduct pillar and lower reservoir. It won't allow for access on both east side and west side for pedestrians. It's one or the other, and it's essential to retain eastern side access. There would be loss of mature oak trees and sycamore trees, banks. Large parts of the banks of Mission Creek would be removed. An important steelhead trout habitat would be compromised. There would be lack of the loss of access during construction, likely 2 years. There would be additional costs that are not foreseen at this point. There's much interest in the community in this issue. We hope, like the HLC, if this issue comes to you, you'll take a strong position in favor of preserving the existing historic Mission Creek Bridge. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Ebenstein.
Thank you. If anyone else wishes to make public comment for items not on the agenda, please click the raise hand icon. At this time, I do not see anyone, so I will ask Ms. Fennessy if we've received any written correspondence for general items.
We received 9 general correspondence emails that were distributed prior to the board prior to this meeting. Thank you.
Chair Schwartz,
Yes, Commissioner Reed, please.
is Planning Commission hearing that bridge project? Is that coming to PC?
Ms. DeBusk, would you like to respond?
Yes, Chair Schwartz and Commissioner Reed, if the project requires an environmental report, an EIR or mitigated negative declaration, then the Planning Commission would hold the public hearing on that document. However, the project decision itself, I believe, would solely be through the Historic Landmarks Commission.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we're ready now to move to a new item. So colleagues, feel free to turn your webcam and audio off for a while. And I believe there are going to be 2 presentations. Staff can confirm that. We have a staff presentation, and then I believe also an applicant presentation. And so this is for 920 Summit Road. We are taking up a conditional use permit, a set of amendments. And so I'll turn it over to staff. Who from staff will be making the presentation today? Ms. Plummer, welcome.
Thank you, Chair Schwartz. All right, Mr. Bolton, if you can go to the next slide, please. Thank you. All right, so the project site we'll be covering in today's discussion is the Montecito Club. You can see it highlighted in yellow. It's located just above the Andre Clark Bird Refuge and Highway 101. Next slide, please. The project before you today involves 2 components, one of which is construction of a new golf simulator facility, as well as permitting as-built family recreational site improvements at the event lawn. These include a children's sliding hill, 3 athletic hard courts, a sand volleyball court, a turf soccer field, a batting cage, an unroofed trellis, and dry stacked boulder retaining walls. Next slide, please. And then for the purpose of the hearing today, we're here to discuss the applicant's request for a conditional use permit amendment to allow changes to the site plan for the Montecito Country Club. In addition, an addendum to the mitigated negative declaration for the original project was prepared for this current proposal. Next slide, please. For background, the project, the original project, which was reviewed by the Planning Commission in 2009, generally consisted of a redesign of the golf course, a habitat restoration and revegetation plan, demolition of various buildings and construction of new buildings. And the original project received Planning Commission approval of a modification to allow fencing along the front lot line to exceed 3.5 feet, a conditional use permit amendment, a development plan for one of the parcels of the country club, and a coastal development permit for areas located within the coastal zone jurisdiction. Also relevant to today's discussion is a substantial conformance determination that was reviewed by the Planning Commission in 2017 and also was reviewed by the Architectural Board of Review. Also in 2017, this included a proposal for hitting bays in the upper west parking lot at the event lawn, as well as hardscape, a sports court, an entry pergola, and a kiosk. It's important to note that while this was reviewed by the Planning Commission and did receive design approval by the Architectural Board of Review, the recreational improvements at the event lawn did not actually receive a building permit. So that'll be part of today's discussion as well. Next slide, please. All right, and I'm going to cover a few photos just for context of the event lawn. So this is just an aerial photo. You can see towards the top, the upper parking lot. You'll see the site is bordered by a couple residential properties. as well as a maintenance road that's existing on the property. You'll see the event lawn, as well as the as-built recreational amenities. And towards the left, you'll see the tiered dry stacked retaining wall. And then towards the bottom of the screen, adjacent to the tennis courts, you'll see the proposed golf simulator facility. Next slide, please. And then Mr. Bolton, if you can just zoom in a little bit to the top where the sports courts are. I just want to show the step back lines, if possible.
To the chair and Ms. Plummer, I just want to let you know, I can't unfortunately Zoom with the PowerPoint. If there are plans, I can go through that instead, but on the PowerPoint, I'm unfortunately limited. Sorry.
It's fine. Thank you. Thanks for confirming. Okay, so in any case, this plan shows the property line boundary. I know it's probably hard to see on the PowerPoint, but the distance of the recreational field improvements do vary from the property line, approximately 49 to 70 feet. And as I mentioned, there's an existing maintenance road as well as some existing vegetation. Next slide, please. And then I'll go through a few photos. This just shows a couple of the sports court areas, as well as one of the neighboring properties. Next slide, please. In this photo, you can see very distantly the children's sliding hill, as well as the volleyball court. Next slide, please. This is a shot of the soccer field. Next slide, please. This photo is looking back towards the sport court area of the event lawn, and then the parking is beyond. Next slide, please. This is a photo downwards of the event lawn area. You can access this area via the maintenance road, and it's the dry stacked retaining wall. Next slide, please. This is the floor plan for the golf simulator building. Next slide, please. And this is a rendering of the proposed building that was reviewed by the Historic Landmarks Commission. The building is approximately, I believe, 15 feet 9 inches and 1,100 square feet. And it's all enclosed and includes hitting bays inside the building. Next slide, please. For simulating facilities inside the building. Thank you. Okay, thank you, Mr. Bolton. So in terms of consistency with the original project reviewed by the Planning Commission, the focus of today's discussion is a conditional use permit amendment. There are no other changes to the original project approvals. There's no change to the modification for the 3.5-foot fencing along the front lot line. While a portion of the property is located in the coastal zone, the areas of work, both at the event lawn and the proposed golf simulator facility, are not located within the coastal zone jurisdiction. And then there is sufficient demolition credit on the main clubhouse parcel to accommodate the proposed building. Next slide, please. Thank you. So in terms of the conditional use permit amendment, there are no proposed changes to the membership level of the club, no changes to parking or general operational aspects of the club. The golf simulator building was reviewed by the Historic Landmarks Commission conceptually in late 2020 and then received design approval in 2021. Their approval is contingent upon Planning Commission granting the CUP amendment. The use for that golf simulator building is consistent with existing club uses. The building is also adequately screened, and staff does not anticipate any noise issues associated with the building as all activities are enclosed. And then in terms of the recreational improvements at the event lawn, the use classifications that are most applicable, in this case, are commercial entertainment and recreation, large scale. The amenities at the event lawn are not considered really standalone because they're only used by club members and that are pertinent to the existing club. And then also, as I mentioned earlier, there was a prior substantial conformance determination, SCD number 7, which did cover some version of recreational amenities at the event lawn. The sports court is in a similar location to what was approved in 2018, as well as the batting cage, which is currently proposed, is in a similar location as the previously approved hitting bays. The event lawn itself does not have any limitations on the number, type, or occupancy of events that historically have been used for a variety of activities such as weddings, barbecues, other athletic events. And the current project proposal involves an operational limitation of use of the sports amenities at the event lawn only during daylight hours, not before 9 a.m. and not later than 7 p.m. or dusk, whichever is earlier. The club is also proposing noise reducing equipment, which you'll have found in the applicant letter, which is intended to mitigate any noise associated, particularly with the batting cage and pickleball court. Also, the amenities, and I'll discuss this a little bit more later when we get into general plan consistency and our environmental review, but the amenities at the recreational field specifically are located at a greater distance than the requisite double setback. In general, non-residential structures are required to provide a 20-foot setback rather than a 10-foot setback. And this area, as I mentioned earlier, ranges anywhere from 49 to 70 feet from the property line. Next slide, please. For general plan consistency and consistent with the land use element, the club is located in the Eucalyptus Hill neighborhood, which is a low density single family residential neighborhood with steep topography. And the club is identified as a private facility offering significant green space. That would remain the case with the current project. For the open space element, identifies the club as a major park open space, which should be preserved as a beautiful entrance to the city from the south. Applicable implementation policies that are identified within the open space element include adopting a policy of not allowing public parklands to be used for anything other than park and recreation. It also includes acquiring first rights of refusal, development rights, or other agreements for the club. Under the current project, the use of the site as a golf course and country club would not change and therefore would remain consistent. Next slide, please. Thank you. I've listed a few general plan policies within the noise element. So ER 31.1 establishes 60 decibels as the maximum normally acceptable noise level in single family residential zones. The project would introduce additional noise to the event lawn area that may be considered a nuisance to adjacent neighbors, finding which I'll recount later for Planning Commission to consider, and that's applicable to the conditional use permit, is that the use would not be adverse to public health, safety, or general welfare to the community, nor materially detrimental to surrounding properties or improvements. In addition, required findings for approval of a recreational facility require that the character of the area will not be altered or disturbed. This is specific to hours and days of operation. Also, I've included ER 31.5, which is specific to non-residential noise affecting residential neighbors, and this is a possible implementation action for consideration. This suggests requiring more detailed noise assessments for special, conditional, and institutional uses with episodic events that may cause effects to neighbors. Under the current project, staff found the distance of the recreational amenities, again, ranging from 49 feet and greater. There's a pretty significant change in elevation. The hours of operation, again, from 9 a.m. to 7 p.m. or dusk, whichever is earlier. The existing landscape wall and the proposed noise reducing sporting equipment to be compatible overall with the neighborhood, and that noise would generally remain consistent with normally acceptable noise levels for a golf course. Next slide, please. As I mentioned earlier, a mitigative negative declaration was prepared for the original project and was adopted by the Planning Commission in 2009. An addendum has been prepared to the MND. Issue areas that we're most focused on and most relevant to the current project include aesthetics, cultural resources, and noise. The recreational amenities reviewed by the ABR received general support on the design, and the golf simulator building was also reviewed by the HLC and approved by the HLC, who found the building consistent, compatible with the existing development. There are no changes that would be visible from designated scenic corridors, and there would be no effects to public scenic views. In terms of cultural resources, the main clubhouse building is a designated structure of merit. Historic Structures Sites letter report was accepted by the HLC in October of last year. And that report concluded that there was less than significant impact to significant historic buildings with the proposed golf simulator building, and that the clubhouse would continue to maintain its status as a structure of merit. It's anticipated that noise in the area of the recreational fields would be intermittent. Any short-term construction that's anticipated is mostly limited to construction of the proposed golf simulator building. And also, I'll discuss this a little bit later, but there's some ADA improvements that were recently presented to the Architectural Board of Review. Again, the improvements overall are located substantially away from the property line, and sporting equipment is chosen to minimize any potential adverse noise to neighboring properties. Next slide, please. And as I mentioned, the project was reviewed and approved by the HLC conceptually on October 14th. They received project design approval on December 9th and final approval on February 3rd for the project. Next slide, please. The ABR has reviewed the recreational improvements at the event lawn twice, once in March. Conceptually, we did receive some public comment at that hearing concerning ADA requirements, and following that hearing, the plan was modified to include accessibility paths or accessible paths. And then on May 3rd, the project was again reviewed conceptually. We did hear additional comment and received written correspondence from a neighbor concerning private view issues, as well as noise impacts and potential impacts to property value. Next slide, please. Staff's recommendation is to consider the addendum to the final mitigative negative declaration prepared for the project, as well as the applicant's request for a conditional use permit amendment. Next slide, please. And the relevant findings for Planning Commission's consideration, these first three are related to the addendum to the MND. The third one is the one I would most point you to, that based on the analysis, only minor changes to the prior MND are required, and that overall mitigation measures required for the project have been made conditions of approval to mitigate or avoid significant environmental effects. Next slide, please. And specific to the conditional use permit, there are 7 findings as well as 2 related to the recreational facility component. So I would point you to the first, which is related to the proposed uses allowed with a conditional use permit. Yes, allowed with a CUP under community assembly and commercial entertainment and recreation. Number 3, that the proposed use and development will not be adverse to the public health, safety, or general welfare to the community. And as I mentioned earlier, hours of operation will not change as part of the project. No lighting is proposed at the recreational courts. And then next slide, please. Finding 4, the total area of the site and setbacks of all facilities from property and street lines are of significant magnitude in view of the character of the land and proposed development. That significant detrimental impact on surrounding properties is avoided. The project provides more than the minimum requisite double setbacks. And then 5, that the hours and manner of operation, outdoor lighting, and noise generating equipment will not be a nuisance to the use of property in the area, particularly residential use. And as I said, this property is adjacent to a number of residential properties. So the use of the sports court, batting cage, and sliding hill will only be used during the day. They do have a start time of 9 a.m. To 7 p.m. But again, we do anticipate that to be intermittent. And then no lighting is proposed at the recreational field area. And they've included recreational equipment to minimize the noise impacts associated with that. Next slide, please. 8 and 9 are specific to the recreational facility component. And then both of those are specific to the hours and days of operation, which, as I said, they will not change as part of this project. They're only to be used during the day. And again, no outdoor lighting equipment is proposed with the project. And I am here to answer any questions if you have any. Also, I will note that we do have the plans that were reviewed by the Planning Commission in 2018 for the prior version of the sports court area. If you do want to refer to that at any point, as well as in the staff report, I included the original resolution for the project and the original MND that was prepared. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Plummer. Now what we'll do is go to the applicant property owner team to see if anyone would like to make a presentation. And you don't have to use all 15 minutes, but we'll give you 15 minutes if that's necessary. And then from there, we're going to go to public comment. So I'm going to ask Ms. DeBusk to be waiting in the wings, so to speak. And at that time, we'll ask all the commissioners to come back on. And from there, we'll see where we are, whether or not we go right into commissioner questions or other, possibly a break. But again, we'll have to see how much public comment we have. So Mr. Weldon and Mr. Mathis, welcome to both of you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair and Chair Swartz, members of the commission. I'm Steve Weldon from SETS, or agent from the Montecito Club. I don't think we'll use the whole 15 minutes. I know staffs want to thank you first for the opportunity actually to present. And thanks to Pilar and staff for their presentation and assistance throughout the project. We'll try to not cover too much that was already covered, but we may have a few things that do overlap. I just wanted to introduce our project team. We have Sam Mavis from Earth Farm Design, our project architect. Also with me, Jonathan Leach from Dudek, and representatives of the club, Tennessee McBroom, Bill McDowell, and Olivia Marr. So the need for these improvements that staff's outlined arose as the club was seeking ways to develop more family-oriented activities, as well as to increase its value for its members. With respect to the recreational improvements at the top, the club chose the lawn area because it's a wide open area currently not used for golf, and it's historically supported a driving range and tennis courts, including bleachers, and had tournaments up there. Since then, it's been used primarily as an event lawn and for kids' athletic camps and occasional classes and other activities. Most of the rest of the property of the 100 acres is significant slopes and/or includes golf clay, and a location there would likely interfere with golf and have safety implications. As a courtesy to the adjacent neighbors, the club did purchase, as mentioned, quieter bats, balls, and paddles for use, and that was described in our letter to you. In response over to a concern raised in May by one neighbor regarding the noise, the club engaged a noise consultant, and their report confirms staff's conclusion. The proposed use would not have a significant noise impact based upon the city's LDN criteria, even when all the courts are in use simultaneously for the entire day between 9 a.m. and 7 p.m., which I cannot emphasize this enough, is very unlikely to occur. That's an extremely conservative analysis, but as you probably know, that's how acoustic reports are prepared. And Jonathan Leach from Dudek is available here to ask if you want to have questions about that later. As mentioned, the club's committing to restricting the use of the athletic courts, including the basketball, volleyball, pickleball, and batting cage from 9 a.m. to 7 p.m. or sunset, whichever is sooner. And as a further courtesy to this neighbor, and while we're confident that the noise levels do not exceed city standards, and this is not mitigation, but we are also offering to install an acoustic blanket on the north and east side of the batting cage under the direction of the city-approved noise professional. And this would have the effect of further reducing noise levels from not only the batting cage, but the sports courts behind it. And if your commission would like further information on how that would work, we can have Jonathan describe the effects in more detail following our presentation. But at this point, I just want to introduce Sam Mathis to briefly run through the project improvements that we realized that Pilar did that, but hopefully Sam, you could amend to that. Thank you.
Thank you, Steve. I'll try to be brief with whatever has been already covered, but if you could look at the event lawn improvement plan, please. Kind of a blow up of that area that includes hopefully the access, ADA access. We had it. That's it. Thank you. So really what we're doing is adding an additional pickleball court and a sand volleyball court and a trellis. And the high element of the trellis is tucked against the slope in the back because of our awareness of any view issue towards the ocean and towards the open sky from the neighbors above. We wanted it to be very hidden. The other two courts or hardscape, the basketball court and the pickleball court to the east towards the parking lot, were part of the approval. And we had hitting bays that were part of the original approval that essentially were in the same place as the batting cage. So with that, I'd like to go back to the approval plan so you can see just how much was approved and what the additions are. So that, thank you, Mr. Bolton, that's very helpful. What we're looking at here is a large brick area for events that is next to the parking lot, the hitting bay, which essentially is in the same place as the batting cage, and the basketball court. All of that had brick walkways and access paths to them. So, you know, we're essentially showing you that we've done the same thing with the addition, just it's moved further to the east. We've included a sliding hill, which I think you all saw. And if you want to go to the photographs, I'll just emphasize that all of these improvements, except for the trellis, really are flat work and flush to the grass and do not appear in a visual manner, except for maybe the basketball hoop. Again, these are showing the way that the club decided to add some additional space by mimicking the same walls that are built throughout the entire property. Some of these same dry stack retaining stone, natural sandstone walls are in the main area of the parking lot, and they're basically copied and utilized for these garden terrace planters that will be completely concealed. As you notice, the plant material was things that would spill and cascade over these walls and grow up in the foreground. So you essentially won't really notice them. It's things like bougainvillea and rosemary that will have a cascading and softening effect. So if you can move to the next slide. Again, this shows the service road that's behind and all the existing landscaping that's on the Montecito Club property that is built up and towards the property line. So there's very adequate screening with a very conscious awareness of not letting that screening be too tall for the ocean view and the magnificent views of the neighbors behind. So specifically, it was screening our low foreground material, but allowing them a distant view. If you could move to the next slide, thank you. Again, you've seen this quickly. You realize that that landscaping is there, really concealing the things that are on the far left side of our play courts because they're tucked against the slope and against the retaining wall. The planting there is, we feel, adequate to do both the benefit of screening for privacy and visual content for the neighbors, but also allowing them to view over. Next slide. This just shows more of the context. Next slide, please. This shows just how we are tucked up against the slope with the trellis and the batting cage, similar to what was approved before. We were conscious of not doing the vertical elements out further because they might come up into the horizon view. Next slide, please. Sport courts, again, foreground, all flush to the turf. We do and have proposed ADA access on both the north and south side to allow the disabled to get to the sitting area and to get to each and every court on both sides of the court. Next slide, please. Same context. Next slide. Right in that area is where the ADA parking spot will be, and then the access ramp will allow ability to walk along this east side of the pickleball court, and then to access all the other courts. Next slide. General context of the view of how flat and low profile this whole area is and has been historically, and we're just emulating that. Those hedges, as you saw, are just to kind of contain some of the ball activity. They will remain low. Next slide. Context. Next slide. Shows again how we're tucked up against the slope, and then beyond that is our very lush and established landscape screening, and then beyond that is the service road that's used for mowers and maintenance trucks for the golf course and the entire property. Between that road and the property lines of the neighbors, there's additional adequate size screening to benefit both the neighbors and this facility. Next slide. Okay, with that, I just want to note the road and the amount of setback that Pilar has mentioned. And from there, I think we could probably look at the ABR made findings that this was substantially fine in all respect. They did see that we did not have an access area, so we did add additional pathways of travel and a ramp to accommodate that. I'd like to now finish with the golf simulating building, if we could. If you could go to that, just to describe exactly how that works and how that is very hidden. So that is very much in keeping architecturally with the main building. The HLC review was very detailed in everything from architectural details to light fixtures to window depths and roof material. The hitting bays, again, are completely enclosed. You won't hear anything because it's a simulation inside each side of that main door. This was granted final HLC and compatible with both the tennis building to the right side and the main clubhouse. And with that, I think that keeps us moving along quite quickly. Maybe you could sum up, Steve, but I think I covered everything here for questions.
Thank you, Sam. Yeah, so I just to conclude, I'll just say that in our opinion, the combined improvements would greatly enhance the recreation opportunities for the club, and that we located them at logical locations. With regards to intensity of use, I just wanted to say that there's, as mentioned by the staff, there's no proposed change to restrictions on maximum membership. And the facilities will be used similar to other club amenities. The typical use of the sports facilities at this time is around 40 people a day, as the club has a variety of social and recreational options, including swimming, tennis, bowling, golf, all sorts of activities at the club house itself. So I don't think you would expect everyone to be focused at this location, but it's gonna be more spread around. We agree with staff that the necessary findings for approval can be made, that the use is appropriate for the club and the park and open space general plan designation. And with that, we're available to answer any questions, and we would appreciate an opportunity to respond to public comment. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Welton. Thank you, Mr. Mathis. You can go ahead and go off camera at this time. I'm going to ask Ms. DeBusk and my colleagues to come back online, and we're going to see if there are any members of the public who wish to speak to us on this item. If there are multiple members, Ms. DeBusk, as we have started to do, if you would please mention first 2 or 3 so speakers can prepare to be available either by phone or computer. And let me just say to members of the public, if you need to use your full 2 minutes, if you want to use 1 minute, if you want to agree with the prior speaker, feel free to do that. But of course, we welcome all public comment. So Ms. DeBusk, it's to you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. For members of the public that want to comment on this project, please click the raise lower hand icon in the control panel, and I will let you know when it's your turn to speak. You'll have 2 minutes to speak, and no time may be donated from another speaker. A red arrow pointed down means that your hand is raised. So at this time, we have one public speaker with their hand raised. Barry Capello, you have been unmuted and you have 2 minutes to speak. Barry Capello, you have 2 minutes. There may be some technical difficulties. We can move on to the next public.
Can you
speaker.
hear me?
Oh, yes, we
Hello.
can. Great.
Thank you. All right, Madam Chair, members of the commission, I need more than 2 minutes because I've had 20 minutes of presentation made. This is a very serious matter. I think the city attorney should be on notice with regards to it. I don't know whether you have an assistant or city attorney present, but I'm telling you that I think you should. I ask for more time. I will make my presentation, and if I get cut off, I get cut off. The home that you see in the pictures is the home of Angelo Mazzillo. The presentation you just heard has probably caused every planning commissioner that's passed away or prior planner that's passed away to spin in their grave. There is an understanding here that has not been mentioned. This project has been built. It was built without ADA, it was built without an environmental impact report, and it was built in a view plane with a noise impact that nobody in the neighborhood had an ability to oppose. It is a serious violation. Mohammed Hadid built a 30,000 square foot mansion, of which 20,000 square feet were approved in LA and 10,000 he didn't have a building permit for. He was forced to tear it down. The Planning Commission and the City Council in LA had the ability to say, no, you cannot do that. There must be some accountability, a bright line. Otherwise, anybody can build anything they want, simply lobby the planning staff and lobby the commission and the city council, and you're gonna have what we have here, a complete monstrosity. If you've looked at our presentation, you see that it is not flat. It is not hidden by landscaping. The only thing that is hidden by landscaping is if you're a gopher in that landscaping, yes, you can't see it. But if you're on Mr. Mazzillo's property, is that it? I don't have a chance to say anything else, Madam Chair. Really?
Today it's two minutes. We need to be equitable, and 2 minutes each for members of the public. And yes,
But
we
Madam
do
Chair,
have.
2 minutes is not equitable. This is a built project. You are planners. You're supposed to plan before these things are built so that there is ADA, so there is an environmental impact report, so people have a right to put in their input, not an after the fact result. That's what we have here. 2 minutes is not fair. It's a due process violation to this homeowner and anybody else. This is a residential property. This is a CUP. This is not a park. This is a conditional use permit. It's residentially zoned. And you are just increasing the uses. We haven't had a chance to get our noise expert in front of you. We need more than 2 minutes. I'm asking you to continue this for a period of time so we can get our noise person in front of you. Our tentative noise information is far greater than 70 decibels.
I think we're hearing you loud and clear, Mr. Capello. And we do have our assistant city attorney advising us, and we are taking this hearing very seriously. If you know our commission, that is our reputation. So please let us continue to do our work. And I know there's a private matter that's related to our hearing today, and we'll let that continue on and play out. Ms. DeBus?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate it, but just think about the fairness here, and think about the planning commissioners of the past. I mean, I was the city attorney in the 70s, and that was the planning commissions and the city council that made planning something important in the city. To have a multimillionaire do whatever they want and get a couple of architects and a landscape architect to say, oh, you can't see it, yet your planner didn't even go up onto my client's property and take pictures from it. If you've read our presentation, which is quite thorough, you'll see this is not a flat space that you can't see. And when you talk about noise, nobody is mentioning the noise of human voices, of playing sports, of the screaming and yelling and talking about points. This is really a terrible thing that's occurred here. There isn't a neighbor, there isn't a member of the club that would say, I love these sports.
I'm sorry, Mr. Capello. I'm gonna assert myself here. I'm sorry as chair, but we can't continue this in the context of this hearing. So I'm gonna have to ask staff to please move us on to the next public speaker. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. If anyone else in the public would like to make a comment on this item, please click the raise hand icon on the control panel. At this time, I do not see anyone. Oh, we have Jim Terzian. Jim, you have been unmuted and you have 2 minutes.
Again, we're having technical difficulties.
We can hear you, Mr. Terzian, if you're ready.
Hello? I can't tell if you can hear me, but I cannot hear you.
Okay, we can hear you.
Then I'll have to trust that my voice can be heard, and we'll go from there. I can't hear any of what you're saying. As soon as you authorized my speaking by clicking me on, I lost all audio from your side. My name's Jim Terzian. I own a property bordering the lower part of the country club, and my family has held that property for some 60 years, so I have a track record of understanding and watching the relationship between the club and its community. I have to say that past club owners and the community have done very well together, and they have been good neighbors to one another. But I can't say that for the current ownership, that there has been a tremendous example set from my anecdotal observation and from hearing from many of our neighbors about how it is the norm of the club's ownership to do what they want and, if forced to, seek action later. And while I haven't seen anything in this particular project that would normally need to object, I do have to raise my hand and say it seems a tremendous risk to this commission and its history of doing what is many times not enviable work to have its rights, our community's rights, usurped by an organization that has the funds and the resources to be able to do what it wishes, and then, if necessary, fight the matter later, especially if that effort can be pushed aside because they are too big, too active, or are controlling appropriately their own land, to simply ignore the city. At this point, I have to ask for the commission to and at least go through the process of conducting community commentary, EIRs, and related reviews so that the community can comment as if the property development had never been done, and if necessary, remove the facility that's as built rather than approve it because it's already there. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Terzian. Ms. DeBusk, any other public commenters today on this item?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll give the public some additional time to raise their hand. And in the meantime, while we wait to see if there's anyone else, I'd like to let the public know how they can be added as an interested party to this case. If you wish to be added as an interested party to this case, please contact the Planning Commission Secretary as identified on this slide, pcsecretary@santabarbaraca.gov. And this information can also be found on the agenda for the Planning Commission meetings. It looks like we don't have any additional speakers. So I'll ask Ms. Fennessy if we've received written correspondence on this item.
We received 107 public comment letters that were distributed to the commission prior to this meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Fennessy. With that, since there are no other public speakers today, we're going to bring it back to the commission, and we're going to start with questions of staff and or the applicant team, that is the property team. Would any commissioners like to go first in terms of questions? Commissioner Wiscombe, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't have a lot of questions, but I have a couple. I wanted to go to the turf soccer field first. This is listed in the staff report on page 1 as one of the as-built items that we must consider, yet Mr. Welton doesn't mention it in his letter to describing the work. So I'd just like a comment from him on, was it just an omission?
Mr. Welton, could we have you come back on? And if I could ask Ms. Marr and Mr. Leach, if you could kind of just wait in the wings, close your webcam. As you can tell with GoToWebinar, unlike Zoom, we're not going to be able to see everyone, the commission and the full applicant team on screen. So we're going to minimize who's on screen to facilitate commissioner questions to you. Thank you, Mr. Welton, for rejoining us.
Thank you, Chair Schwartz.
Mr. Welton, did you hear my question?
I did, thank you. Yes, it wasn't my intention to leave that out. I felt I addressed it in the grading component, which is partway through my letter, addressing the amount of grading required, the dry stacked walls. So it is part of our request and should be included in the amendment.
Okay, so there will be times when it will be striped for soccer play with portable goals brought in. Is that the intention here?
Yes.
Oh, okay, thank you. Then I guess I'm going to ask Mr. Leach to come on because I'd like to ask him a question, please. He was just on. There he is. Welcome, Mr. Leach. So I read your report, your noise analysis report, and you made an analysis of the simultaneous use of all sports court facilities, although you said that it would probably never happen, but all of them at once. And I wondered did your analysis include the turfed soccer field when it's in use?
Yes, it did. We included the soccer field, the sliding hill, the 2 pickleball courts, the volleyball court, the batting cage, and the basketball court.
Okay, so you included a soccer field that might have 18 to 22 kids playing on it at once.
Correct.
Playing a game. Okay, great, thank you. And just out of curiosity, you did that diagram, what did you call it? The contour exhibit. So is this basically then showing, I'm trying to decide where the purple color is, which is 85 and 80 contour values. Is that in the vicinity of the soccer field?
So that purple area, which is the 80 to 85 decibel noise contour, is around the batting cage. The batting cage is the loudest sound source. It is louder than any of the other activities by at least 10 decibels. And that's why you're seeing that purple area with an origin around the batting cage. In this exhibit that's being shown right now is actually with the proposed sound blanket installed on the north and east sides of the batting cage. You can see just above the purple area, there is a gray line there. That gray line represents the noise attenuation associated with installing the acoustic barrier on the existing fence for the batting cage.
Okay, so this is going to absorb some of the sound from the batting cage. Is that correct?
It's going to shield, it's going to interrupt the sound travel from the batting cage toward properties to the north. It's not actually going to absorb that sound. It's simply going to block the travel of that sound in the northward direction, which is where the closest residences are located with respect to the sports courts complex.
And the courts behind them.
Okay, who is that just spoke?
That was me, sorry, I'm not sure.
Okay, yeah, okay, fine, thank you. And then I guess, Mr. Leach, I just want to follow up with another question to you. You're a licensed professional engineer, is that correct? Acoustical engineer, or what's your title? You had 4 letters after your name, and I'm not familiar with what they mean.
Yeah, I'm a member of the Institute of Noise Control Engineers. That's the INS designation.
Oh, okay. And so you are a professional engineer?
Yes.
Is that correct?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And I was curious because your report is not stamped. Do you have a professional stamp like most engineers?
There is not a stamp that is regularly used for members of INS. It's just not, yeah, that's not a common or sanctioned element of the certification. There's no stamp that goes with it.
Okay. Okay. So you don't use a stamp on your report like most professional engineers do.
No.
Okay. If you were an acoustical engineer, would you use a stamp? Is that different?
There is only one state in the U.S. that has an acoustical engineer license, and that is Oregon. And I do not practice in Oregon. No.
Okay. Okay, I get it. Thank you. I know when I was a landscape architect, I mean, the stamp is, this stamp is everything that you have to use on, every piece of paper to make it official. So, okay, thank you for that. That was kind of a sideline question. It wasn't one of my original questions, but I did pick up on that I didn't know what those initials were. So I appreciate that. So, and then my next question, I don't know if this is for Mr. Welton, or do we have an owner's rep here, or are you, Mr. Welton, you're representing the owner? Is that right?
We do have owners representatives as well. Depending on your question, we can direct it to them as necessary.
Oh, okay. So for the sports courts, I want to know if users are allowed to bring their own equipment.
Yeah, I'll turn that to Tennessee McBroom, and maybe Tennessee, you can address that.
Thank you, Chair Schwartz and Commissioners. No, that is not allowed by membership.
Okay, so they have to use your noise abating equipment if they're going to use the sports courts for pickleball or for the batting cages. Is that correct?
We provide a noise abatement paddle listed on the green zone, and as well as the, there it is, it's the camera, a foam ball for pickleball. So this is the equipment we provide.
Okay, because the equipment that's listed in Mr. Welton's letter is different looking.
And then on the bats, these are composite bats for the baseball, and also a soft dimple baseball that's quieter than the typical aluminum bat in standard baseball. So we provide all the equipment.
Commissioner, I just want to let you know that was the foam ball was a recent change from what was listed in my letter.
Yeah, I was confused because that's the ball that I saw. So it's the batting cage ball. When I looked up this equipment online, that's what I found. So the pickleball ball is an addition. Is something new that wasn't in your letter, right?
We had actually a sound reducing pickleball that was described in my letter, but a further reduction that was offered when this neighbor contacted the club and was to change to these foam balls, at least on a temporary basis, to further attempt to address noise.
Okay, fine, thank you. So is there signage that's on the sport court that strictly prohibits the use of private equipment?
No, there's currently not signage, Madam Chair and Commissioner Muscone.
Okay.
Hi, this is Tim C again. It is in our rules and regulations at the club.
Okay, fine. And do you have a website? And on your website, if a neighbor, an adjoining neighbor were to complain, do you have a specific number on your website that people can call that are not members of your club that can express complaints?
Yes, and also a contact email address for all inquiries at the club. But yes, we have a public phone.
Okay, thank you. I just, my last question is for Mr. Mathis. If he's available?
Yes.
And thank you all for being on.
Can you say it one more time? You kind of cut out.
I haven't asked the question yet. I was waiting for you. So you described where the ADA access is going. Now that's going to be a condition of your approval from ABR, is that correct?
That's correct. So we were encouraged by them, and certainly doing the right thing was to provide that ADA access. So on this plan, you'll see the path of travel coming from the parking lot and winding up a small ramp, very small, less than 5%, so we don't need railings. And then that walkway goes along the east side of the East Pickleball Court. It then goes along the south side of the basketball court and all the way to the volleyball court, all the way to the soccer field along the south side. And then in the middle, between the basketball court and the western pickleball court, we have an access path that goes back to the seating area, and through the seating area allows access to the slide hill. So we've accommodated each and every component of the little complex, including the batting cage.
Okay, fine. Thank you. Thank you for that explanation. And I was thinking I had one more question, but now it's left my mind. So I'll rather than take up time trying to think of what it is. Oh, I know what it is. This would be for Mr. McBroom. Again, I'm sorry to keep bouncing back and forth, but I keep having questions that pop in my head. If you could come back on. Thank you very much for that. My last question is, for the benefit of the public, and particularly those that feel that, you know, you have built these items and are now asking for them to be permitted on an as-built basis. Could you give some explanation of why after I think it's been 8 substantial conformance determinations that have been issued on over the years on this ongoing project, why this has fallen through the cracks and got built before the fact.
Thank you, Chair Schwartz and Commissioners. I would leave it up to, we had my previous employer was a little overzealous, and during the COVID times, the families were concerned about having more amenities outdoors with COVID as a concern. And so therefore we proceeded and did this without, and we're trying to find the resolution to this.
Okay. And how did you then get to this day on the Planning Commission? Were there a number of complaints or?
One violation.
We had one violation, I believe it was last December.
Yeah, I can address that, Madam Chair and Commissioner Wiscombe. So we received a notice of violation from the city. We met with the enforcement officer on site, identified it. They confirmed it was a violation based upon the scope of work. And then we submitted the application for a substantial conformity determination. I'll note just prior to that, we had submitted another substantial conformity for the golf simulator building that was already underway. But when we were made aware of these improvements, we added a second substantial conformity determination request, went to ABR, and then staff subsequently decided that this would be better addressed with an amendment to the CUP.
Okay, fine. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Thank you all for answering my questions, and thank you, Madam Chair. I'm through.
Thank you, Commissioner Wiscombe. Which of my colleagues would like to go next? Commissioner Lodge, did you still, yeah, you would? Okay, go ahead. And then we'll go to you next, Commissioner Higgins. Go ahead, Commissioner Lodge, thank you.
All righty, thank you, Madam Chair. I also have questions about the noise study. And I'd like Mr. Leach, if he could explain how it was done. Were there, you indicated on the diagram that there were somehow on the neighbor's property monitors of the sound. Were those actual ones that were on the neighbor's property?
Commissioner Lodge, we did a noise survey for 4 days, 2 weekdays, 2 weekend days to characterize noise levels that exist at the club. So we directly measured sound levels at 2 points on the club property. For noise surveys, when we are characterizing ambient noise levels for a proposed project such as this, we don't measure on private property adjacent to the project site. We do our measurements within the project site or within public areas adjacent to the project site, not on private property, because there are issues with access and other considerations. So the noise measurement data are from 2 points on the Montecito Country Club property. When we performed the modeling, we had within the model receptors that we located within those residential properties. Those are modeled points. Those are not points that we provided background noise measurements for. So those are points where we specifically essentially asked the model to predict the noise levels at that point, which is included in the model. So our noise analysis results for R3, R4, and R5 are simply spatial points in the model where we are predicting the noise levels from operation of this sports complex. And again, those noise levels represent operation of all of the courts simultaneously, which, as Mr. Welton has indicated, is something that we believe would be extremely unlikely to occur. It's much more likely that 1 or 2 of the courts or 3 of the courts might have activity at the same time. So those predicted noise levels are beyond a worst case scenario.
On the chart that was just on the screen, there were some DBAs that seemed quite beyond what would be considered acceptable. And yet in your conclusion, you seem to, in a way, dismiss those. Why did you come to the conclusion that you did, even though you had those readings, even as which I assume were the modeling?
So this table at the top part of the screen indicates the actual measured noise levels and the range of those noise levels from monitoring point 1 and monitoring point 2. So for instance, on Thursday during the day, and the daytime is 7 a.m. to 7 p.m., our hourly averages that we recorded as ambient noise levels range from 50 decibels to 57 decibels on Thursday. On Friday, they range from 48 to 58 decibels. So these are hourly noise averages, and nothing in this table under ambient would exceed any standard that the city has from the environmental resources element noise policies.
Okay, and these would be from actual measurements done on the club's own property.
That's correct.
Okay. So don't really know just what was happening on the neighbor's property, because it was a modeling effort.
Correct. We did not take measurements of background ambient levels for those adjacent residences. These are for the country club property. For the residences to the north, those are behind an existing 6-foot high solid landscape wall. So the existing ambient noise levels would be lower than needs for those properties. The noise from the sports courts facility would also be lower than what was predicted at these two measurement points because of that landscape wall. So I don't know what other information you'd like me to.
Okay, well, okay. Thank you very much. Those are my questions, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Lodge. And of course, we can always come back around for follow-on questions. Commissioner Higgins, you're up next, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Excuse me. So by way of disclosure ex parte, I did talk to Mr. Welton to set up a site visit. I did not attend the agendized site visit due to a family emergency, but I did look at the property yesterday. And so for Mr. Walton, I have a question, and this may have been something that I missed with this, the agendized site visit, but what kinds of improvements could you do or have been discussed along the northern property line there that would, in terms of landscaping or sound wall or more blankets or anything, grading of a, any kind of a mound or any other creative ideas get discussed between you and your team and or the neighborhood?
So, Madam Chair, Commissioner Higgins, thank you for that question. If you would zoom in just a little bit, Timmy, on the right-hand side of that. As I mentioned in my opening comments, what we're suggesting, and I think this would have a significant impact, would be that noise blanket along the north side of the batting cage. So the dashed line right there. As you see, it's also the basketball court, and one of the pickleball courts is also located behind that. We have a modeling document, the noise contour, that shows the difference between when that's in play versus not. If you slide back and forth, you can see the difference between not having it in this example, and then that one below shows it when it's being used. So that was something, even though, as I mentioned, the noise analysis does show that over the threshold that the city prescribes, CEQA prescribes for noise levels that we conform, we felt this was a neighborly and a courtesy that we could do, and it doesn't require people to comply, right? Which is a good thing. It's there, it's always there, and it'll have a substantial positive impact in terms of noise. So that was the number one thing that we identified. I felt that would be advantageous and it wouldn't require further monitoring.
The blanket on the batting cage is in your model, Mr. Leach, is that correct?
In this exhibit that's being displayed right now, yes, it is included. It is the gray line that you see north of the purple area, just about in the center of that.
This was added, Commissioner Higgins, after we received the letter from the neighbor, understand the concerns.
Yeah.
Just recently, this is something we're offering today.
Okay, so I'm a little confused about the noise study by Mr. Leach. That seems to be something that was done as you were scrambling ahead of the hearing. Is that right? So staff did not require that of you during your submittal process?
Correct. It wasn't required. We elected to do one out of an abundance of caution, prepared that. And then the other slide, Timmy, shows the analysis that was presented to you in the commission, showing the noise contours there. And this is the amended one that we're discussing.
Could the fence or this blanket / fence be extended to the west?
There's no material there to affix it to. So this was we felt a simple way, an effective way to provide a noise benefit, even though we did feel it wasn't necessary for mitigation purposes, but something that the club could do.
But you could physically do something to the west that was aesthetic, with additional fencing, blanket, or other kind of landscape buffering. Would the ladder there, Mr. Leach, have any effect if you planted some trees that were tall enough to make a difference, but not tall enough to block a view?
So Commissioner Higgins, 2 points. Landscaping in general is not an effective sound barrier. It is an effective visual barrier. And sometimes when you're not seeing the source of noise, there's a psychological effect that it is not as noisy. But planting trees is not an effective way to reduce sound transmission. Also looking at this, the loudest source by far, again, of noise is the batting cage. Having the Acousti-Block material along the batting cage fence really is the most effective in reducing overall sound transmission toward the north. And you can see in this image where the limit of the 55 or the 60 to 65 contour is now actually coincident with the property line existing landscape wall. And above that wall, behind that wall, and on neighboring properties, this diagram illustrates that the loudest noise would be in the 55 to 60 range now for those neighborhoods. So even the hourly average noise level would not exceed 60 decibels, even though that's not the criteria that the city uses for exterior noise exposure in residential zones. The applicable standard is a 60 dB day-night average, or LDN, not an hourly average. So while the proposed project with no sound blanket at the tennis courts does comply with, or would comply with, the applicable noise standard, this further reduces that noise exposure. And by extending the Acousti-Block material further to the west, you are not substantially going to reduce those outlines of the contours, because the noise source that is principally driving these noise contours is that batting cage itself.
I just would add also that this modeling presume. Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
The application isn't here for the batting cages, though, is it?
Our application, Madam Chair and Commissioner Higgins, does include the batting cage. Previously, this was the location of 3 golf hitting bays. This batting cage replaces that in that same location, similar location. I just note that the model uses regular bats and balls and not the reduced sound.
Swinging cage, batting cage, Kim see, Kim saw. But I get. So I think that my point is the bulk of this project has to do not with what's going the cage. It has to do with what's going on around it. So, Mr. Leach, could you comment on whether or not you've ever seen a sort of in the field monitoring program for noise that would be associated with a project where, not to draw a complete parallel here, but if you were to have some sort of an odor monitoring system that would, for sort of H2S, or maybe it's even cannabis odor, something that at a property line, it would sort of ding or otherwise measure the noise in an averaging level, and you'd get a report every month. Have you ever seen something like that done for noise compliance?
For major facilities like stadiums or concert venues, there have been requirements for sound monitoring equipment to be installed as part of that. I would say it would not be a standard requirement for a facility of this type where intermittent use is expected for these different kinds of courts, because again, we modeled this with all of those courts in use simultaneously. If this were a concert venue with 500 seats and we had sold tickets for 500 people to come and enjoy that concert event, it would be a fairly simple matter, and you would have definitive information back from that monitoring event. And something like this, you could have monitoring equipment out for a complete month, and probably never experience a situation where all the courts are in use and would approach the predicted sound level that we have in this modeling. So I think it would be of limited value and considerable expense to try to come back with that kind of monitoring scheme.
Got it. Thank you. I appreciate that answer. Okay, one more question for the parole officer, Mr. Welton. The grading associated with the project is about net fill of 48 or those 4,800 cubic yards. Where did that come from?
Mostly reshaping existing material on the course, but there was some import, I believe, of about 1,000 cubic yards in Tennessee. Maybe you can confirm on that part for me.
And it was right. Probably... It was. This is Tennessee. It was right at 1,000 for the upper one.
Thanks.
And where did that come from? Do we know?
Oh, do you know where you imported that from, Tennessee?
It was clean fill from a vendor.
And it had the relevant or requisite
engineering
import testing. It's not dirty.
Yes. Compaction testing, everything.
Okay. And it's probably there somewhere. I apologize for asking this, but what's the net increase in surface area or level surface area? It's the area of the soccer field plus
40 yards
to the west. So you've got an additional level acre or two?
40 yards.
Yeah, probably about 40 yards to the west of where it was existing flat grade turf.
Commissioner Higgins, I don't have the exact area. We did look at, however, I asked the engineers, civil engineers from Stantec to look at turf. There's actually a reduction in turf before and after. but there is an increase in flatter area for sure of about 40 yards of varying width.
Maybe if one of your engineers is listening, could we get an answer to that surface area that has been added to this?
I'll ask if Mr. Mathis can maybe use his computer to capture that.
Yeah. Okay. I'll try to do that while we're talking.
Thank you. Okay, those are my questions, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Higgins. Commissioner Reed, please. Questions to staff or the applicant team?
Thanks, Chair Schwartz. Maybe Mr. Busk or someone from the city could come on. I've got a couple questions. So if one of you could help me understand a little bit better in terms of the city's noise element, it establishes this 60 decibel average, day-night average. Can you go into a little bit more detail on that? Because I'm having a harder time understanding how the cumulative effect of each sport facility plays into that. And I prefer to hear from the city first before the applicant.
Thank you, Chair Schwartz and Commissioner Reed. So the city's day-night average is 60 decibels. And just to be clear, that is a recommended policy level, but it is the one that the city uses for single-family residential. And so that noise level is averaged out over 24 hours, and noises that take place in the evening and at night have a penalty essentially, so it's weighted more than if those noises took place during the day. And I think that's where feedback from Mr. Leach might be helpful, just to understand how these averages were taken. They did hourly averages as well as the 24-hour average in determining certain noise levels.
And would in terms my main concern would be the batting cage, because the decibel level is by far the highest. How would the city approach reviewing just that facility alone, considering it's at the residential property line? It's still above the recommended or required level.
Right, Commissioner Reed, the city doesn't have an established standard for noises like that. It's episodic, right? It happens a couple times, maybe it's dispersed throughout the day. What's difficult in analyzing noise from those types of things is that our standard is based on 24 hours. And so that really doesn't capture the impact of the noise, because even fireworks, right, for example, which we experienced recently, if you average that out over the entire day, it may not raise the ambient noise level, but it still has an impact when you hear it. And so that's why right now the city doesn't have a policy. Our general plan policy is for us to look at other ways of, analyzing these noises, of requesting noise studies for projects that do have these episodic events, whether it's a PA system or a batting cage. And so, unfortunately, we don't have a clear standard to use to help you in evaluating the noise levels that you get back from these noise studies.
Okay, that's very helpful to understand. So this is a pretty skewed result, because we're taking into account 24 hours of silence.
Commissioner Reed, yes, if you're looking at the CNEL level or the 24-hour level, however, this noise study did include hourly results. So that's where the noise consultant can explain, what they did and how those relate.
Okay. And has staff reviewed the batting cage itself for compliance beyond just noise? It seems to be the closest to the adjacent residential properties. Can you give any other clarification on the batting cage, considering that wasn't previously approved under the SCD?
Commissioner Reed, Pilar Plummer may have more detailed information on the exact setback of the batting cage from the property line, but for non-residential uses, the minimum setback is that it's double the residential setback. So in this case, this property requires a 20-foot setback. And then the Planning Commission has to make the findings that not only does it meet that setback, but that the setback is appropriate for the use, given the neighborhood.
And then just following up from what Ms. DeBus said, so as I mentioned in the staff presentation, there is a 20-foot setback for non-residential uses. This does constitute a non-residential structure, the batting cage. And I believe, so the setback does vary, the distance from the property line to the batting cage, as well as some of the other recreational improvements, does vary anywhere between 49 to 70 feet. The batting cage is a little bit further, but I think it's still pretty close to 49 feet away from the property line, maybe a little bit above that. And then again, if you look at thank you, Mr. Bolton, it's great. So you can see 49 feet at the sliding hill, and then all the way up to 70 feet at the very other end of the batting cage. So it does range between that. And then there's the existing access road, as well as the vegetation in between. Yeah, so that was all considered as part of our evaluation for noise with these improvements.
And if the batting cage, if they had gone through the correct process, so the batting cage isn't built, how do you guys determine noise without the facility on site?
Thank you. So there are a number of things we looked at with this as-built project. Again, the distance from the property line, is there, are there things that basically can act as a barrier for noise as well, such as a wall or landscape barriers? And then, what is the use, though, or how much use do we really expect from this? In this case, we do expect it to be intermittent. We could require additional noise studies. That is one of the things I brought up in the staff presentation. We can ask for more detailed noise studies if we think it's warranted. But in this case, that was not, and the applicant, just for caution, provided their own noise analysis based on feedback from the neighbor.
Commissioner Reed, we do review as-built projects as if they were brand new. So there's no additional or special considerations given to the fact that it's built. In this case, it actually gives us the benefit of being able to have actual noise measurements. If we didn't have that, then the noise consultant would use studies from other places and would essentially model what they expect the noise to be.
Okay. Great. Well, let me ask Mr. Leach.
Real quickly, I can chime in on the amount of area. There was a question about the amount of additional, say, flat or usable area, and its average is about 45 feet wide by 110 feet long, about 5,000 square feet, which translates to about 1/10 of an acre. But all that area was grass, and that grass went down towards the number one hole before. It just wasn't as level as what you're pointing out. So I just want to answer that question. Excuse me for interrupting.
Thank you. Mr. Leach, can you give me a little bit more detail on the hourly noise study, particularly in regards to the batting cage?
Certainly, Commissioner Reed. So the hourly averages for each of these noise sources are based upon studies conducted of facilities existing facilities at other locations. So a noise consultant when tennis courts or basketball courts or soccer fields are proposed. The first thing they will do is go out and measure noise levels over an hour period for normal use, routine use of each of those types of sport facilities. So we researched available published results for measurements that were taken from each of these types of facilities: sand volleyball, pickleball, basketball, batting cage, soccer field, and those hourly averages are used in the noise model to predict what the receivers would experience. In this case, as you're seeing in this image, R1 is receiver 1, R2 is receiver 2. Those actually correspond to where we did the background ambient noise measurements as well, MP1 and MP2. So when we report an hourly average, it is based upon just that, a noise measurement taken of an activity, similar activity at a different location. We have placed that noise source in the model at the location of the pickleball court, the location of the basketball court, the location of the volleyball court and the batting cage and the soccer field as a point source for that amount of noise being generated. And then the model uses industry standard calculations to determine with distance how much that noise level decreases. And that is a standard, well-documented calculation where the noise from a point source, such as each one of these courts, is reduced by 6 decibels every time you double the distance between the source and the receiver. So if you start off with a 50 decibel sound source that has been measured at 50 feet from the source, when you double the distance to 100 feet, that 50 decibel noise source is reduced by 6 decibels to 44 decibels. So that standard calculation is built into the model. The sound from each one of the sources, each one of the independent sources, is summed by the model, and then that attenuation is applied. So this figure here is demonstrating the hourly equivalent noise level from all of these sources functioning together. And these contours describe the limit within which you would find a range between the red range that's displayed here are sound levels between 75 and 80 decibels on an hourly average basis. In order to determine or calculate the day-night average, that average is used during the operation of the courts. So the courts are proposed to operate from 9 a.m. to 7 p.m. So that hourly average is plugged into the calculation for 9 a.m., 10 a.m., 11 a.m., noon, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6 p.m. And then the measured ambient levels for the other hours around that 24-hour period when the courts are not in operation, those are included in the calculation. So the resulting numbers that we show for receiver 3, 4, and 5 take into account the average noise levels from the courts and the average noise levels in the ambient environment for those hours when the courts are not in operation, and also take into account the existing sound wall, or it's a landscape wall, but it functions as a sound barrier between all of these noise sources and those residences to the north.
I can't believe it, but I think I was actually tracking with you. Very technical, but it makes sense. Mr. Welton?
I just wanted to remind you again that the modeling again uses regular equipment, not the reduced equipment. And And as Jonathan showed, it's about a 5 decibel increase, which would equate to about doubling the distance for his discussion of how the sound measurements work and the sound levels work.
Okay. And Mr. Welton, you might be able to answer this, or Mr. McBroom. Has the applicant contemplated relocating the batting facility?
We have not at this point contemplated relocating it, no.
Okay. I think that's it for my questions, Chair Schwartz, for the time being.
Thank you, Commissioner Reed. Commissioner Bonderson, your questions, please.
Thank you so much, Chair Schwartz. I appreciate it. I have, while Mr. Welton is on the screen, I'll keep you and I'll line you up to bring Mr. Leach back in a moment. But I'll start with a question having to do with the notice of violation and the enforcement procedures. I was curious to know if prior to the development, I don't know if you know this or if we need to ask the applicant, but prior to developing the new sports courts in this area, were any of the adjacent residential neighbors to the north surveyed or asked for support before breaking ground, even though that was done without permits? Were they in any way acknowledged before breaking ground? Are you aware?
I wasn't involved in this operation, but I can ask Mr. McBroom, perhaps he might have more information about that.
Yes, please. Is he with us? There he is. Hello.
Hi. Thank you, Commissioner Bonderson. The answer is no.
My next question, and I don't know who to ask, but I'll keep you both here. Once the notice of violation was presented to you, did the work stop, or was the project completed in those following months?
The work, Madam Chair and Commissioner Bonderson, the work had been completed by the time that we received the violation notice and had been functioning for quite some time, actually.
Okay, thank you. And I guess the only follow-up with that is, have the courts been used currently since the notice of violation, or are they just sitting still without any use at this time?
Madam Chair and Commissioner Bonderson, the use of the courts, I believe, ceased on July 3rd.
July 3rd, like a year ago, or July 3rd, a couple days ago?
Previous, 5 days ago.
5 days ago. I'm sorry, I have to ask. I don't understand what that date has to do with it. So when the
There's
notice—
a separate private action also going on, and so there was a stay on the use of the courts during that time until this action is taken by your commission and the city. I think I see your attorney's online, so I'll let her answer that too.
Chair Schwartz and Commissioner Bonderson, there is a private action between adjacent property owner and the Montecito Country Club. And in that case, the judge issued what's known as a temporary restraining order, asking the club, or actually requiring the club is a better word, to cease operations of the courts until the parties could come to a further agreement. This action will probably have some bearing on what the next step is in that legal action, but that's not something you need to consider here. But all you're asking is whether you can make the findings for the CUP and the addendum to the MND. And I did want to reiterate what Ms. Buss said. We look at you look at these projects as if they hadn't been built, and go forward from there. There's no special accommodation that should be given or made to something that's built without permits. But if you can make the findings and you issue the CUP, then that would go forward in addressing the enforcement action that is open on the property.
Thank you, Ms. Ostrander. Nice to see you. My follow-up question is with Mr. Leach. I believe it's going to be with regard to the noise surveys one more time. Just a final scratch on the top of many other questions. Are you with us?
I am.
Welcome. So I was curious in particular to know, using your best available information, your knowledge from your experience, would hitting golf balls make less of a noise impact than hitting a ball with a bat?
Commissioner Bonderson, they are very, very similar sound effects, particularly if you're talking about an aluminum bat and a hard ball. Those two materials are very, very similar to a standard golf club, a driver made of metal and a golf ball, similar materials. I have not done the research to tell you if there is a true equivalency, but just based on experience, I would say very, very similar in terms of sound intensity.
Thank you. And today, everyone seems to be hyper-focused on the batting cage, the batting noise. Excuse me. But what about the other types of sporting activities taking place on the adjacent courts, like tennis or I think we have pickleball right there, basketball? How do those relate in comparison to the batting cage sound?
So the studies that we used as our reference sound levels included normal activity and average participation in terms of the number of people, basketball, full at least 5-on-5 basketball games, if not more. Pickleball, 4 participants in a doubles configuration. And those included, everything that goes along with normal activities, normal function of that type of court. And what we see is that the average sound levels from those types of activities are roughly 10 decibels lower than that noise that's generated. One of the things with the batting cage is there is regularity in the frequency. The ball machine is throwing baseballs at a very preset frequency, and so you've got constantly ball release, bat hit. That is more regular than the activity that you would find for playing basketball or playing pickleball. So those other activities are in general lower sound intensity than the batting cage. That's why we tend to be focused on the batting cage, and why the club's proposal to have the sound barrier installed around the batting cage makes such a big difference.
Thank you. Actually, that was a really nicely done summary of how the difference of, that frequency really makes a significant impact here. I was curious when this noise study that we see before us, when it was taken, were the other activities also taking place, or were there games on the other 4, I believe 4 total courts at the same time, or was it exclusive to the to the hitting cage?
So the sound level measurements that we conducted over the 4-day period were of all of the normal activities that occurred on the golf course, including cars parking in the parking lot just to the east of the sports complex, incidental use of various different courts. The only time period where we know for certain the activity in the courts was a 2-hour period on Friday and a 2-hour period on Sunday, where the club specifically restricted any use within those courts whatsoever. So during that time period, we know none of the courts were used at all. The rest of the ambient noise measurements, there were probably fluctuations in use of the courts, and we don't have detail that said in this period of time, this court or that court or a combination of the courts was used. But we believe that because of the duration of the measurement period, we captured what are, reflective of normal, routine, average activities across the entire sports complex that consists of these 7 different noise sources. But the modeling that we prepared and these results that you're seeing are based on, again, the very worst case assumption that we would have activity on all of the courts at the same time, which is definitely what would be an overstatement or a very, very conservative analysis.
Would you consider that once the world goes back to a lot more activity, once the pandemic, like the fear of the pandemic moves, how can I say that? Goodness, when we stop being as precautious and start living a lot more active lives, there will likely be more people attending this area in more frequency, and more games will be taking place all at once. Would you assume that the survey that you have here in front of us will likely increase in its decibels or even double?
No, again, what we've done is use the assumption, a very conservative assumption, that all these courts are occupied and in use. This models really a situation that is not occurring today, and we don't expect to occur. So if everyone that belongs to the club all of a sudden, decided they wanted to use these facilities and all flocked to the club and waited in line when the next court was available, these are the noise patterns that you would see from that level of activity. What will probably occur, what will most likely occur, are noise levels that are less than these from routine use, that is a couple of the courts at a time for a particular period of the day. Our prediction of the day-night average, the LDN value, also assumes that from 9 a.m. in the morning until 7 p.m. at night, these courts are all completely occupied, all being used continuously. So again, an extremely conservative prediction that we don't believe will come to bear.
Thank you. And Mr. Welton, are there not batting cages, what do you call them? Bays, the golf practice.
The hitting bays.
Are those found elsewhere on the property?
No, there aren't any others. The golf simulator will be an opportunity to, I should clarify, initially the golf hitting bays were installed and they were in place in 2019 and operating. They've been removed. The golf simulator building will replace that function with a higher level of diagnostic ability to understand how your spin works and how your golf ball is going to fly, and have golf professionals available. But no, there aren't other places where this was.
My curiosity was if it was replaced and put somewhere else, or planning to be put somewhere else closer to the golfing facilities.
Right. There was a driving range here in the 50s and 60s, I think, but there isn't one.
Thank you. My curiosity is one more level of curiosity having to do with that. In the event that perhaps we try to find a solution to remove this noise at this location, would the property owners have another location for this type of activity, whether it be, for the purpose of golf practice or for the purpose of a batting cage? Can they survive without it in this location?
Well, the course is pretty sloped, that's a technical term. It's a very sloped property. And there's golf along the majority of it, or tennis. The availability of flat spaces is very minimal. And so I guess I see Mr. Medella is online. Maybe he wants to further address.
Yes, Commissioner Schwartz and Commissioner Bunderson. The golf course property itself is about 115 total acres. A typical golf course is almost 200 acres. We would probably, if we had to relocate some of these facilities, it would entail a redesign of the parking lot structures and everything else in order to find a place for these types of facilities. So the upper lawn that has been historically used for events and kids camps and sports activities was a logical place for these to be. And we try to be very sensitive with the neighbors, and have offered the sound reducing equipment, and then also the idea of putting a sound blanket on the batting cage would greatly reduce any noise above any kind of levels.
Thank you. My final questions will go to the city staff. So thank you, gentlemen. Either Ms. Plummer or possibly Ms. DeBusk, if I may. I will start with Ms. Plummer and see if she can help me first. Hi. Hi there, nice to see you. My first question has to do with, I'm going to direct Mr. Bolton to page 9 of our staff report, and it's part of the staff report under findings where you've given us some direction. So section A, 1, 2, and 3. I was hoping you could give us just a little bit of guidance, potentially to help answer or clear up any questions that the public might have and perhaps that we might have. We heard some public comment having to do with the fact that no EIR was provided for this project at this time, or potentially the lack of any sort of CEQA analysis. However, obviously here you're stating something different. Would you please just explain this to us? What do we have and why do we have it as it's applied to this project?
Thank you, Commissioner Bonderson. So the original project approved by Planning Commission in 2009 did have an initial study which looked at a lot of different environmental concerns, not just aesthetics, noise, and cultural resources, and that was noticed to the neighbor. It did have a lot of public feedback on it, and that was that resulted in a mitigated negative declaration for that original project, and that was approved. So what's happened since 2009 is there's been a number of substantial conformance determinations. This, is there's been 8 up until now, and each one of those has had an addendum to that final mitigated negative declaration, which means we reviewed it for consistently with the CEQA guidelines and determined that it fit within the parameters of that original environmental review that was conducted. That's the same that's taken place with this project. The focus of the review, and then I included an analysis in the addendum for this project, was really specific to aesthetics, noise, and cultural resources. And in this case, we found that it fit again within it. There's no significant environmental impacts that we would anticipate with this project. Does that answer your question?
It does, Ms. Plummer, thank you. And so just in other words, taking what you just said, you as staff have consistently maintained that no new analysis or new needs are applicable based on the most updated CEQA 2021 of this year. So even though you're working with the original one from 2009, each time a subsequent project came in, you were adapting it, making sure that it fits all updated requirements, correct?
That's correct.
That's what I thought. I'm glad to hear that. And so my final set of questions has to do with, I want to make sure I understand the staff report and how the project has been kind of intricately worked. The CDP on page 4, we talk about the CDP. So if Mr. Bolton would like to take us there, I'm going to just ask a question with regard to B, section B. It's the CDP, and I notice under there that it includes the grading and the vegetation removal. I'm assuming that anything that has to do with the intensity of the grading has been permitted at this point. I'm not permitted, but has been accepted or has been inspected. I'm assuming that. I'd like to ask you straightforward. Was a grading permit application submitted to cover the grading work, or was it covered in this format? Could you explain that to us?
Thank you, Commissioner Bonderson. So first, I'll just say that the coastal development permit, that was applicable to the original project. In this current review, it's not applicable just because we're outside of the coastal zone jurisdiction for the event lawn and the golf facility. So there's no change to that specific part of the approval. And then As you know, there's grading associated with the current asphalt work. They are going through the process of receiving the approvals for it, and they will have to receive a building permit for all of the asphalt work, including the grading. Yes.
Great. So that's what I was looking for, and I didn't find it. This was the only place I found it. In your staff report, has that been addressed elsewhere? Just so that I know where to find it if it's there.
I believe this would be the most applicable location, unless I see Mr. Walton's on. Did you have any comments?
No, I was just going to be out there to offer that. Yes, we've been working with the enforcement officer, and the process was to go through the planning portion of the process, and then if the project were to be approved, to move forward with building permits and grading permits at that time. As was pointed out earlier, I think by Mr. McBroom, that the club did understand, do compaction testing, et cetera, and made sure that the grading was done properly. But we'll have that also verified by city staff during the grading permit process.
Is it required or necessary for that type of explanation having to do with the grading work or the vegetation removal to be a part of the staff report or to be documented in any form of permanent fashion in this paperwork?
Commissioner Bonderson, we do have draft conditions of approval that identify the requirement to get building permits. And so as part of that, they would absolutely get the grading permit as well.
Yeah, so that's where it's located. Okay, thank you. I
Correct.
appreciate the clarification because I didn't know where to look and I didn't know where to find these particular details. Let me ask just another question about that. Could you please describe to us what type of trees or vegetation may have been removed as part of this grading process, this project?
Sam, do you want to go
Well, I think mostly it was removal of grass, to be honest, and maybe some additional ground cover. There were no trees in this latest change that I know of that were removed, but I wasn't involved with the early stages. And while I have the floor, excuse me for interrupting Chair Schwartz and Commissioner Bonderson, but I had made a statement about the amount of area, and I double checked the scale and noting that I had made a quick little misjudgment, but that the area that it was changed and is more flat is more or less a quarter acre versus a 1/10 of an acre. So there's a little larger than what I had stated before. I just wanted to correct that for the record for everybody's knowledge. Thank you.
And then Commissioner Bonderson, just to also follow up on your question regarding the trees, or if there were trees.
Yeah.
As you know, the course was remodeled extensively, and during that procedure, that process, and working with Mr. Busk at the time, we had an arborist survey all the trees, and certain trees were removed. There were some trees removed in this area, including some that were requested by certain neighbors to improve their views, including some of the ones about this property. So we've been working with folks in that regard to help them, get their views and also, of course, save important trees.
Thank you, Mr. Walton. Are there any mitigation measures that you can think of that would be applicable to that type of removal? Anything of importance?
Well, the trees that were removed previously were replaced, so we did have a tree replacement plan, so that was taken care of at that time. There weren't any additional trees, according to Sam. I don't believe there were any additional trees removed as part of this.
As part of this, okay, that answers my question. And just to clarify, my very final question is just to clarify something that was spoken earlier about the clean fill and where the dirt was coming from, and excavation and retaining walls. I just want to have some clarity. Those will all be part of the building permit that will be as a part of the conditions of approval, correct? That will take place at a later time, but always
Yes.
project.
That's right. As Timmy has on the screen, these are the civil drawings. The club engaged Jeremy Saltz from Stantec, a local civil engineer who's been involved with the club since 2005 and is familiar with the runoff and all those kinds of things. And so the plans here will be the ones that will be eventually submitted to the city, along with calculations, et cetera, that meet the requirements for grading permits.
Very good. Thank you very much. That concludes my questions. I appreciate your time. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Bonderson. We'll go to my questions, and then we're going to take a 10-minute health break for everyone. I think my first question is either to Ms. Plummer or Mr. Busk. Maybe you could both come on and And then I'll come back to the applicant team in a moment, Mr. Weldon.
Got it.
Oh, I'm sorry, Vice Chair Escobedo. Since you didn't have your camera on, you know what? I'm going to pause now. Please go ahead, and then I'll wait to do my questions because we really need a break. Would you like to break now for 10 minutes and then come back?
I think that would be appropriate to take a quick break.
Okay, let's do that. Thank you. And again, apologies, Vice Chair Escobedo. We're going to take a 10-minute break. Let's just say we're at 3:15. So we're going to come back at 3:25, and then we'll go to Vice Chair Escobedo's questions and then mine. Thank you all very much. We're in recess for 10 minutes. 2021. And we're at a point in today's hearing where Vice Chair Escobedo is going to go next with questions, and then I'll go. And then we'll come back to the full commission for deliberations. Please, Vice Chair Escobedo.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to start with the applicant team. Hi, Mr. Wilson. So my first question is actually about the soccer field, and I heard an answer to an earlier question stating that there would be occasions where the soccer field would be striped, there would be portable goals brought in, and I'm wondering for what type of activity. Is that just drop-in? Are these actual games, practices? Yeah.
Yeah. Actually, I think Mr. McBroom might be the best to answer that. He's on the course a lot more often than I am.
Yeah, this is not a formal event of any kind. This is just daily usage. Chair Escobedo, just kids playing, after school or having fun on the fields. No formalized teams or games or tournaments or championships of any kind.
So there wouldn't be any referee or coach with a whistle? Then I'm assuming.
No, for sure.
Okay, thank you. And then this might be also for you, Mr. McBroom. And this is more about the batting cage. And so I agree with you, composite bats, much less sound. And I'm not too familiar with these dimpled balls, but I did a little bit of research and they seem to have the same effect. My question is, with a membership of about 680, it's a pretty small membership group, pretty small membership group. They're probably not used to being told no too often. So what happens when a parent comes in and they want their kid to use the aluminum bat that they're using for their baseball team or softball team? What would that process look like in terms of moderating what type of equipment that they're using on the pickleball court or in the batting cage?
Thank you, Chair Escobedo. The answer to that is we only allow the bats that we provide the club. They're very nice bats. They're the composite bats, which are the best with the least amount of sound resistant material available on the market today. And like I said, the dimple ball definitely has a softer core. Now, I'm not a noise ambient measure. Can't provide you the information for this versus a baseball, but it definitely has a duller sound and a softer sound than a traditional baseball bat, aluminum bat with a regular standard baseball. But to answer the question, follow up also, we have daily staff on property in those areas, as well as cameras that we can monitor the usage of all the courts.
And so does the same policy exist for the pickleball courts as well, that your members are not allowed to bring their own pickleball paddle as well?
Correct. We provide all the equipment, which is nice amenity as a part of this club. And we also have staff as well to monitor all the areas: basketball, soccer, pickleball, the sliding hill. So it's managed daily.
And so you have staff regularly checking these facilities? Because I can imagine a baseball bat's a lot harder to perhaps sneak in than a paddle ball that fits into your gym bag.
Yes, we have focus on the cameras by internal staff, and then in daily walkthroughs to make sure that nobody's using anything other than what we provide.
Okay. And so I agree with the membership that small. It's going to be unlikely that these are being used all the time. And all of the courts are likely not to be used possibly not even at one given time, unless there's an event. And I know that you had mentioned that you do occasionally have barbecues and other types of events for members where these might be actually used all at the same time. How frequently do you have those types of events?
We just had a 4th of July event, and all other activities are shut down. So 0 sporting equipment, 0 nets, nothing is allowed during the event because it takes precedent over those areas and activities.
So you shut down these courts during something like a barbecue, like your 4th of July event?
For sure. We use those areas as amenity stations, food stations, things like that, buffets.
So even at, because I know July 4th was after the July 3rd date that you had shut these down. So even, let's say, projecting to the future, let's say we get the amendment, that would still be the case? You would close down these courts during an event like that?
For sure.
Okay. And then Mr. McBroom, you, I believe it was Commissioner Wiscombe who had asked, it seems like your group has been pretty knowledgeable about how the planning process works. She asked kind of what happened with this particular project. You said you had a previous overzealous employer or manager?
Manager, yes.
Manager, so that...
Our previous operations manager.
Okay, so it wasn't necessarily the owner that had made that decision, it was the manager?
Correct.
Okay. And there's a different manager, I'm guessing, now?
We have a new general manager, yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. I think that those are all my questions for the applicant team. I have a few for, actually I have one for Ms. Ostringer before I go to Ms. Plummer or Ms. DeBuff. Hi, Ms. Ostringer. Good to see you. Good to see you as well. Did I understand you when you were talking with Commissioner Bonderson that as we're assessing this particular project, we're assessing it as if it were not built and we're not taking into consideration the fact that they had built it without going through the permitting process? Right. And when I say you're assessing as if it wasn't built, you're looking the fact that it has been built without permits shouldn't weigh your decision in whether or not you can make the findings. You need to make the findings as if this project was coming for you for an amendment to the CUP proposed as it is. Okay. Thank you so much for that clarification. And then, let me see. I think this might be for Ms. Plummer or Ms. DeBuff, but it's about adding conditions related to the equipment. And is it possible for us to require in the conditions of or somewhere in the amendment that they use sound dampening equipment? So that would be the composite bats and the dimpled balls, or if a new technology for a different type of ball comes out that has the same effect, and the noise dampening pickleball paddles. Is that possible?
Thank you, Vice Chair Escobedo. And yes, right now, as it's presented, this is what the applicant has voluntarily chosen. It was part of our review that they would be using this noise reduction equipment. If you want to formalize it within the conditions of approval for the project, that is possible, yes.
And that would be the same. We could condition the sound dampening tarp for the batting cage as well in that?
That's correct. If you want to include that as part of your reason to support the amendment, yes.
And would it be possible to have a little bit of help on where we could place that in the conditions of approval?
Yes, we can pull up the draft conditions of approval. Should be towards the...
Yeah.
So as it stands right now, Vice Chair Escobedo, the conditions of approval include all the prior conditions from the original project, as well as we did include one additional one related to neighbor notification to significant landscape maintenance for the project. But I think, and unless Ms. DeBusk, if you have anything else to add, I would suggest putting it in as part of the approved development.
Yes, Chair Escobedo or Vice Chair Escobedo, and I agree that we could either add it within the approved development condition or add a second recorded condition that specifically identifies those items that you wish to add.
Okay. And I know that this isn't a part necessarily of, we're not taking this into consideration in terms of making our ultimate decision, but I am curious, and I'm sure that there are members of the public that are curious of what is to dissuade someone from skipping our development process and our planning process and then building something and then coming to us after the fact. Are there penalties? Are there mechanisms in place to address things like this? Chair Schwartz and Vice Chair Escobedo, yes. One of the biggest deterrents, I think, is the fact that you could not approve the CUP amendment and they would be had spent all the money constructing it, and they'd be required to remove it as part of the abatement of an enforcement code. And then with regards to enforcement, the city has the notice of violations that were referenced, and then there's also administrative citations that we issue. And if we can't gain compliance in that way, then the case comes over to our office and we handle it through litigation. Okay. But that's the deterrent. On the other hand, if you decided you couldn't make the findings to support the amendment to the CUP. Yeah, and if we do approve the project as built, and whether it's this project or another project, are there really any penalties at that point if it's approved ultimately? I don't know, Vice Chair Escobedo, I don't know where the enforcement case is, if they've had any penalties assessed. So I can't answer that exactly. Maybe Ms. Plummer, Ms. DeBusk knows a little bit more about that. Thank you, Ms. Ostringer.
Thank you. Just to add on to that, as part of the enforcement process, once a notice of violation is sent out, they're sent out a warning letter letting them know that they need to address the enforcement case by either removing the as-built work, so bringing it back to its permitted condition, or they have to receive all the required approvals, design review approvals if those are required, planning commission approval if that's required, and the applicable building permits. So at this point in time, the applicant has, submitted their application, which is the method of trying to receive the required approvals, and is going through the process. So there haven't been any additional citations that I'm aware of at this time. If they were to not move forward with the application, it's like Ms. Ostringer mentioned, that's the case where we would send out additional citations. There's additional fees associated with it. And if you proceed with not trying to receive the required approvals or removing the as-built work, then it would go to the city attorney's office in that case.
And Chair Schwartz, Vice Chair Escobedo, the only other thing I would add is that in getting building permits for the as-built work, sometimes they have to show the building inspectors that it was built per code, and that may require some demolition in order to actually show that things were constructed properly. So there's that additional risk as well.
Okay. So really the downside is the risk of having to undo the work that you had done and the long-term cost of what that could be. Okay. I guess my last question is, sounds like we can add a condition related to the noise dampening equipment. Is it possible also to add a condition stating exactly what Mr. McBroom had said, saying that, because that's really the only situation, except for the rare occurrence, that I can imagine that all of those facilities would be used at the same time, is if there was an event up there, like a barbecue, and they didn't do as Mr. McBroom had described and take down the nets and close down those facilities and use them for other purposes. And rather they had kids playing on the pickleball courts and volleyball and basketball, and it's just kind of like a family gathering type of thing. Is that a condition we're able to add, or is that kind of something that you think would be inappropriate?
Vice Chair Escobedo, I believe, yes, you can add some type of limitation or condition like that, where during events, they're only to be used for those type of event activities like a barbecue or a wedding. And in those cases, the recreational field improvements will not be used. If that's what you're asking, yes, that could be a condition of approval as part of the project.
Okay. Okay, those are all my questions. Thank you, Ms. Plummer. I really appreciate it.
Thank you, Vice Chair Escobedo. Ms. Ostringer, my first question is to you, which is a follow-on from Vice Chair Escobedo's question. If I understood your answer to him correctly, it sounded as though you were guiding us to only consider the CUP amendment in the context of the proposed, well, the existing new development as though it were not existing. and so that's a little bit of a conundrum for me. I mean, it seems almost like we need to step back, because we have before in the past, the Planning Commission, where we've had some type of a project amendment, CUP or otherwise, and we did take into consideration violations in conjunction with an enforcement action and imposing certain additional conditions. Can you clarify maybe your answer to Vice Chair Escobedo to help me frame this properly?
Your mic's not on.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair Schwartz. Yes, so to clarify, the project has been built. I mean, we know it's been built. There's a site visit, and if you saw it was built. But the project as proposed, look at the project as proposed, and if there was an amendment to the CUP, staff has listed out the findings that need to be made. If you can make those findings, then you can support the amendment to the CUP, just as if it had not been built. However, with that said, the batting courts have been built, and the applicant's willing to propose certain sound dampening modifications. So yes, it is appropriate, and it's as Vice Chair Escobedo suggested, to go ahead, and if he wanted to add that type of condition in, we could go ahead and put that in the general conditions.
Okay, and then if you would stay on, because I'm not sure if my next question, which does go to process also, maybe it's to you or Ms. DeBusk. Ms. DeBusk, if you could join me. As I was reading back, and this is Exhibit H, which starts on page 89 of 146 in our package, and either fortunately or unfortunately, I've been part of every SCD hearing, given my tenure on the Planning Commission. Starting with the first SCD in 2010. I'm wondering if there is a policy or a codified process that draws some kind of a bright line for us at a certain point in iterative changes to an originally approved project, such that either no additional substantial conformance determinations are allowed, or no new CUP, conditional use permit amendments are allowed, and it really triggers a new project application. Because to me, I guess I'm not recalling any other project in my 11 and a half years where there've been this number of substantial conformance determination changes, and now this would be a 9th today. It's just that we're considering it a CUP amendment. Any policy or process that would be a tool for considering one path or the other?
I'm going to let Ms. DeBus address that with regards to how we do CDPs. We had looked at this, I will say. This came in as a request for substantial conformance determination, but based on the fact that there's an active enforcement case, I didn't feel it was appropriate to use an SCD, and I felt that the more formal findings for an amendment to the CUP were appropriate in this case.
Chair Schwartz, I think the quick answer to your question is that no, we don't have a bright line test. There isn't a maximum number of SCDs that you can apply for or be granted. However, in looking at them, we always go back to the original project. So it's not intended to be an iterative process. We're always going to be looking at whether a proposal is in substantial conformance with the original project. You may be right that this project has had the most substantial conformance determinations that I can remember in recent years. However, the current proposal, as noted, is an amendment to the conditional use permit. And because the conditional use permit runs with the land, it establishes the base permitted uses. And so we would likely only require a new CUP if they were completely changing those uses. And so generally it's more common that people would make amendments to their conditional use permit rather than having a completely new project that triggers a brand new conditional use permit.
Well, I'm certainly familiar with the lack of interest or incentive to do that by a property owner or applicant. I'm just trying to understand where we are in the process. On the first page of the staff report, I think this is the second paragraph, the very first sentence reads, "The project does not include any substantial changes to allowed operations." So this comes back to my underlying yet overarching question and some concern about at what point is the word substantial or the term substantial changes defined such that there isn't this continued iterative process, or possibly isn't allowed. At what point we step back and we say, we need a holistic look, from beginning to end and where the property owner is going with the incremental changes over, since 2009. I don't know if you have any other thoughts for me. I'm not trying to box you in. It's just, it's a quandary for me. That's why I'm asking it of you and Ms. Ostringer. No further thoughts. Okay, I'll move on. That's my cue. I think that's my cue to, I'm going to go to my next question. Let's see. I think now I can ask Ms. Plummer, sorry, Pilar. Ms. Plummer to come on, and I want to go to your PowerPoint. So Mr. Bolton, if you could pull up Ms. Plummer's PowerPoint. I'm going to ask you, let me just look at a couple of slides here from my notes. I want to ask you about slide 25. And there are existing historical uses at the event lawn. So this is the second to the bottom dashed. I want to properly interpret this language here as to how you've intended it, Ms. Plummer. So are you making an assertion that the additional uses that are before us today, these are the unpermitted uses that were built, they conform with or they substantially conform with historical uses? Because now we have both existing. Existing also includes non-historical and unpermitted, and then we have historical. So it's a little kind of a mix and match in my mind here, this phrase. Do you have any thoughts for me about that?
Thank you, Chair Schwartz. So first I would say, the recreational field improvements at the event lawn, part of why we also consider this to be appropriate for an amendment is they are changes to that area. In terms of how I meant to phrase it in the staff report as well as in the PowerPoint was the event lawn has been used for a variety of activities, weddings, banquets, barbecues, but other sporting events at times prior to the as-built improvements. So it was meant to say that it has been used for a variety of different uses and activities over time. But the new improvements here, again, as I said, part of the reason why we thought it would be appropriate for an amendment is because it is a change from just events strictly to also having recreational improvements that are permanent structures at this area.
Okay, and I think I may have written down the wrong slide to my next question. You have on a neighboring slide some reference to no change in membership levels. Is that, it's in a slide near to this one, near to 25. Do you remember? I don't see it here.
I believe it's at the top of this slide. It says no change to membership levels.
Yeah. So my question there is that it's my understanding that with the closure of the Coral Casino, that those members are allowed reciprocally to use the Montecito Club, and at least, you know, all I have is media reports to go on, not knowing when the Coral Casino will reopen. So how are we to consider the additional members who are from the Coral, and I don't know how many there are at the Coral Casino, who, if we even assumed a max level, would be then utilizing the Montecito Club, and whether that has any bearing on the allowed membership level and intensification of uses, plural, I guess.
Thank you, Chair Schwartz. In terms of how I meant this was in terms of intensity and what we think it would be used for at this site. Again, the applicant's not proposing any change to membership levels. Mr. McBroom might be able to speak to, you know, I'll go ahead and allow you if you want to. But yes, in terms of intensity of use, that's really what I was focusing on here. Is they're not including changes to their membership levels or to parking that would include an increased use at the site.
Okay.
Thank you, Chair Schwartz, and I can answer those questions. Yes, we do have a cap of memberships at 680. Currently, we are approximately 540 memberships, and that includes approximately 25 temporary members from the Coral Casino. We had a lottery because we did not want to exceed any cap of memberships, and that's the procedure we've been following since.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Medell. Thank you, Ms. Plummer. I think my last maybe two questions are to Mr. McBroom, if he's still available.
Thank you, Chair Schwartz.
Thank you. Let's see, first to the kind of back and forth you had with some of my colleagues regarding club provided equipment versus any interest or temptation by the club members to bring their own equipment to this area and to these uses. There's no signage now, and you know, I don't know how many people actually read rules and regulations of clubs, probably not that many, or maybe they did when they first signed up and they had to sign something, but you know, on a regular basis, I'm guessing not many. That's probably general rule of thumb. So I'm just wondering if you have discussed among yourselves some sort of attractive but clear signage that would correspond to the club rules and regulations about no personal or private equipment is allowed in this area.
Thank you, Chair Schwartz. We have had regular, consistent communication with membership regarding the equipment use at the upper facility. And it's clear that, you know, with continued reminders and reinforcement that our equipment is the only equipment allowed on property. So we've made it very clear in that regard.
So am I to assume from that answer that the club is not inclined, not particularly receptive to signage to this purpose? Is
Thank you,
that-
Chair Schwartz. We would be happy to look into to signage for the upper line.
Okay, okay. Okay, and then my other question to you is, and I don't remember if it was an answer to Commissioner Wiscombe's question, regarding a complaint phone number or email, I think you said there's both for any neighborhood complaints. I went to the Montecito Club website. Not being a member, you know, of course I couldn't log in. So on the homepage, unless I overlooked something, I don't see any type of a tab or a link or a function there that would allow a non-member neighbor to contact the club and have some recording by phone or email or other of a concern, a complaint. Can you?
Sure, we'd be happy to review. We'd be happy to review that and update as necessary. But I know there is a contact portion of that page to contact.
At the bottom of the page, it does include a phone number or an email for the club. Sure.
Oh, I see what you're saying, a general number. I see. Okay. But there's no way for it doesn't go into some kind of like a database. It doesn't get logged anywhere. It's just call the like a reception desk, that sort of thing. If you have general inquiries, I see. Okay. I think that's it. My colleagues have been so thorough. Let me just double check my list here. Oh, I may want to ask you one more question, Mr. McBroom. Of the, as I was listening to the back and forth between you all and my colleagues, discussion of the newest sound absorbing equipment. I thought I heard you say that perhaps even since our packet of information was prepared, I don't know what the timeline is here, that newer sound absorbing equipment is being provided to club members. But what I don't see in our packet is a list. Maybe, you know, staff didn't think it was necessary for our purposes, a list of the sound absorbing equipment and only this equipment to be used in this area of the club in order to dampen sound, you know, echoing up to the neighbors. Any thoughts for me on that?
Sure, Schwartz, maybe I'll interject because it's part of my responsibility to provide the information to staff. And so the application is for the equipment that we listed in our letter to you, and it has specific information like the Easton bats, for example, and the green zone paddles, the ones that Tennessee showed. He also showed you a foam ball been used subsequent to that. Our application is to use the regular ball because I'm not a big pickleball player, but I think when you get better at it, it's usually desired to have the regular ball. So for beginner use, it's pretty okay to use the foam balls, but we prefer to be able to use the regular balls if possible. The balls will be presented, which are still noise dampening, but they're just not foam. So that's the difference.
Okay. Okay, very good. Okay, thank you. Those are my questions, and we have Commissioners Wiscombe and Higgins back on. Commissioner Wiscombe, more questions, or are we ready for deliberations? What's your pleasure?
I'm ready for deliberations, Madam Chair.
Commissioner Higgins, did you have a follow-on question or so before we go to deliberations?
Yeah, can somebody please summarize Commissioner Escobedo's proposed condition of approval? I didn't catch that.
I think I actually did, Commissioner Higgins. So go.
Did you, Commissioner Higgins, did you necessarily want to hear those right now before you, whenever you come on, you want to hear those first?
Could just give us a summary of that, because I was having a technical difficulty with my Wi-Fi.
Okay.
Sure. The conditions of approval that I was asking about were adding a condition related to the sound dampening equipment, specifically related to the batting cage, and that would include composite bats, some different type of ball. I don't know if we want to be specific about the type of ball, but we probably should be specific about the type of bat. And then I was also interested in requiring the sound dampening paddles not necessarily the ball, but paddles.
Okay. Gotcha.
And in addition to that, I asked about when hosting events up there, closing down the sport complex.
Gotcha. Okay, thanks, Madam Chair. I can go into deliberations after Commissioner Wiscombe.
Okay, back to you, Commissioner Wiscombe, and Mr. Weldon, you can go ahead and go offline. We're going to now talk amongst ourselves, as they say. Yes.
If you do, just real quickly, if you do have something you want to go down the road with the last point from Commissioner Escobedo, I do have some suggested language, so if you want to discuss it.
Very good. Thank you. Commissioner Wiscombe, your thoughts, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm not happy about being put in this position of approving an as-built project. And I just feel that there's been a major disconnect somewhere that didn't exist in the past over the other 8 substantial conformance determinations that have been made by planning commissions. But that said, I was swayed by we received many public comment letters, probably more than I've ever seen on any item that we've had in front of us. And I was swayed by a letter from Don Gregg, who provided some historic perspective of the club. And he talked about going back to 1939 when a badminton facility was permitted here. And in 1949, 3 grass tennis courts complete with a grandstand were permitted. So I think that these prior historic approvals do set a precedent for use at the club. It's been used as a recreational facility for many decades. And I would like to go to the findings, if we may, by starting on page 9 of 146. Yeah, okay. So if we could just go to Mr. Bolton, yeah, those are there first. Okay. So with respect to these findings, I have no problem making findings A 1 through 3. And part of the reason why we do have a noise study, and it was done as if the club was in full operation. All the sports complex facilities were being used, as well as the soccer field. And I think it speaks volumes to what's going on. So now if we go down to B, I'm going to have some specific comments here for consideration by my fellow commissioners. The first one is in reference to number 3. Yeah, that's it, yeah. And that's the proposed use and development will not be adverse to public health, safety, or general welfare of the community, nor materially detrimental to surrounding properties or improvements. And I have the following comments on these. The word community means living broadly together. And right now we've had complaints from one property owner, and that in my mind does not define the word community. On the other hand, we have heard from many supporters of this project, and I think they do define a community. And then if you go to the word materially, nor materially detrimental to surrounding properties, it really means substantially or considerably, and I don't believe that this project is considerably detrimental to surrounding properties. Some may actually enjoy the activities at the sports complex from their homes overlooking the club's property. We don't know that. I don't know where the supporters of this project live, but they were overwhelmingly in favor of keeping the activities there. So those are my comments there. On finding number 4, the total area of the site and setbacks of all facilities from the property and street lines are of sufficient magnitude. I believe that Ms. Plummer showed that very well. We're basically 49 feet to 70 feet away from property lines, and the requirement is 20. So I think that they're substantially set back from property lines. And the area of the sports complex represents, if you look at the statistics in Mr. Welton's letter to us, represents less than 1% of the total site. So I don't believe that views are interrupted by the sports complex since it's such a small areas. The views in that area are just sweeping and vast. So those are my comments on those 2 findings, and I would be able to make them. Now, if you go on to findings number 5, 8, and 9, these are findings where I would be able to make them with some additional conditions. And listening to my fellow commissioners and my own thoughts on what they were, here's what I would propose. That the hours of operation, and these would have to be in the CUP amendment. The hours of operation for the sports complex and the soccer field would be 9 a.m. to 7 p.m. or sunset, whichever is earlier. And after hearing Commissioner Escobedo's comments, I would add, and limited to use only when there are no special events on the events lawn. In terms of lighting, we didn't really talk much about lighting, but we did talk about it at the site visit. And I believe that there should be no temporary or permanent lighting that is permitted at the sports complex or at the soccer field when used for that purpose. Temporary lighting has already been permitted at the events lawn for use under special events. That's a previous condition, and that's been going on for years. Regarding the noise abating equipment as specified for the bats, batting cage balls, paddles, and now the pickleball balls, if that's what you call them, that is required. And that we should add that no use of private equipment at the batting cages or pickleball courts is allowed. Regarding signage, Chair Schwartz, you brought this up. I believe that there should be a sign that prominently posts the hours of operation and the use of the club's equipment only. And I further believe that there should be a club representative, a specific person with phone and email hotline posted on the club's website where non-members can get to it for any complaints or concerns, and that the representative must keep a written log of complaints and concerns. And I also would recommend the condition, and I appreciate the offering of the noise blanket around the batting cages. I think that's important. And I'm just thinking if there's anything else. And I guess further to, I'm not so sold on this, but further to Chair Schwartz's comments, perhaps there should be a condition where this returns to the Planning Commission for a 1-year review of operations of the sports complex and soccer field in a public hearing. And at this hearing, that any documentation is provided of calls to that hotline or emails to that hotline. And then that the commission would reserve the right to further reviews at public hearings if necessary, and approved by the majority of the commission. That one, you know, just still molding together, and I don't know how important it is to my fellow commissioners, but that's pretty much where I stand on the project at this point. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Wiscombe. Commissioner Higgins, would you still like to go next?
Sure. So let's see here. No disrespect to the applicant team. There's a number of analogies I could use for this, but probably the most appropriate is you've gotten tagged with putting the toothpaste back in the tube. I'll admit it's very hard to disassociate the issue, the private matter, which is now part of the public record, and the proposed project. I'll just say I have to believe I'd be looking at it differently if it came in the front door. And so because we're looking at an as-built situation and a noise situation, you're kind of on the right track with scrambling to put some noise measurements into the record. It's pretty awkward that they went in at the last minute and staff didn't have time to vet it, really, I don't think, and the public didn't. So I'm sympathetic to a lot of what the public speaker representing the neighbor had to say. That being said, I'm not able to make the findings today for a project like this, but I could if there were some rather exotic conditions to monitor the noise. And I appreciate Mr. Leach's representation that sort of programming for noise monitoring is a little bit out of the ordinary for something like this. But here we have something that's out of the ordinary because you did it without permits. I find it hard to believe that this applicant or ownership group of talent, present company excluded from the applicant team here today, just blew through something so sensitive that's gone through so many tedious revisions as a result of our city's codes and procedures for SCDs. I just think that seems extraordinary to me. And so, hey, I can understand some things maybe don't really flash black and white. They need a building permit, but extraordinary situations may require extraordinary conditions for noise monitoring. And I don't want to do it now, craft it on the fly. I think it needs to come back in a continuance in a couple of months, or as something has been created and crafted by staff and in conjunction with the applicant, obviously, to monitor the noise, so it in fact doesn't exceed the standards. And personally, I'd like it to not exceed less than the standards. In other words, I think the standard, because we're in a residential neighborhood and we have some pretty strict findings to make for adjacent residences, you should do better than the standard. And it seems like it would be simple. I want to think it would be simple to come up with a monitoring device. And if you prove that it is working at a agreed to measurement or standard for the period, maybe a year, it can come off. I kind of like the idea of having the applicant come back after a year after it gets approved. But I know that gets kind of squirrely as well, too. It could be very complicated to do that. So I'm not sure I like that, but I definitely am not in a position to make the findings today without a more extraordinary noise monitoring plan or program that can be pretty easy with a noise monitor set up so it captures the actual sound. I'll just say this too. I think that I appreciate what Commissioner Schwartz was getting at with the serial constant SCDs. Now, our city's codes and procedures that are the cause for regulatory more significant oversight than would otherwise be warranted In other words, our codes and procedures require all the SCDs. I don't want to hamstring, I wouldn't want to hamstring an operator from making changes, but the other side, it looks like you got a lot of ants in your pants every year or so as an operator. So I don't think a soccer field is something that I'm comfortable with making a substantial conformity determination on. It can be pretty loud. And so I'm not comfortable where we're at right now, Madam Chair. And I know we have another item today, and you have to leave, and I may have to leave at 6. So with that being said, I'd support a continuance.
Okay. I've made some notes, Commissioner Higgins. Before you go offline, Commissioner Higgins, if you would come back for a moment. I just want to be clear as I'm making my notes of what you said. So you would support or you would advocate for a continuance. Is it solely with a request to develop, or for the applicant in concert with staff to develop a noise monitoring plan? I was tracking with you there, but then you went to the soccer field, and that sounded to me like that could be a non-starter for you. So I just want to be clear, and I'm sure staff and the applicant want to be clear about your position on that.
I would be okay with the project as proposed, inclusive of the soccer, if there was a better procedure in place to make sure the noise was not exceeding what has been predicted. And I think that the city standards are one thing, but because we have findings to make for that are, we need to hold this particular project to a higher degree of compliance or neighborliness than the standards that are in place right now. So.
Okay, I understand that. Thank you. And in terms of our time today, both Commissioner Reed, I learned, I apologize, late today, that both Commissioner Reed and I have a hard stop time of 5:30. So here we are at 4:18. So I'm going to have staff talk amongst themselves about the second item. We only need, it's not a vote, it's a recommendation. So the question is, who's going to be here after this item, and whether or not, that would be valuable for the full consideration and discussion. So I'll let staff start to talk amongst themselves about that and whether or not that needs to be continued. But let's come back to, I apologize, Commissioner Lodge, were you next, or was it Vice Chair Escobedo? Commissioner Lodge, would you like to go next? Is that okay?
Actually, Commissioner Vice Chair Escobedo was next.
Okay, very good. Thank you. Vice Chair Escobedo, please go ahead with your thoughts.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Commissioner Lodge. I too want to express my dissatisfaction with having to even be put in this position, and I honestly wish that there were more penalties for bypassing our development process. I find it hard to believe that that the owners or someone who knew better didn't know about this and let this happen. So I just, it's really hard for me to get to that point and believe that. So I don't know if there's an opportunity at some point in the future to talk about a better way to have a disincentive, to have an even stronger disincentive for people so that they don't bypass our development process. With that being said, if I'm just assessing this project as built, I can make the findings only with the conditions as specified by Commissioner Wiscombe. I seen the images from, so for Mr. Capello, we received your presentation and I looked through it pretty thoroughly. I don't think that this hinders any visual corridor. You can see it, but if you're on a hill looking down at a country club, you're gonna see facilities like this. And I think living next to a country club, I think it's reasonable to expect that there's going to be activity and that there's going to be noise. And
I think with the sound dampening equipment, and I think what I saw from the noise study, I thought it was enough evidence for me to say that that wouldn't stop me from supporting this project. I actually wish I had asked this earlier, but I'm sure that a car passing by is probably greater than the activity that's going to be taking place in terms of decibel levels at this sports complex. So I personally can support it. I would support a 1 year, coming back in 1 year. I think Commissioner Higgins' idea of establishing a monitoring system is interesting to me. I don't know what it looks like, so I would like to know more details, but it is intriguing. Some sort of mechanism for Montecito Country Club to try out these sound dampening measures, and for us to have a measure on whether or not they're working, and if they're not, then we need to have additional conditions or try something else that's going to be appropriate in terms of noise. So that's kind of where I'm at, Madam Chair. I'd love to hear Ms. Ostringer. Thank you, Chair Schwartz and Vice Chair Escobedo. I just wanted to comment on the coming back in 1 year. We have done that. I think we've on other CUPs. Thinking of PATH comes to mind. And one of the things when we do that, I just want to caution you, when you come back, it's not, we can't revoke a CUP at one of those annual hearings. So, I mean, it would truly be just a monitoring and check-in and see what, for the public to kind of voice their opinions. But at that particular hearing, there wouldn't be a lot that we could do.
Ms. Ostringer, if I may, are there any mechanisms or pathways for us to be able to assess whether or not the measures are working and they have the intended effect? And if they're not, then we can try something else?
Vice Chair Escobedo, through the chair, we would look at it through a conditions of approval mechanism of, I'm not quite sure on the fly how to craft that or what that would be, that monitoring system, but that's probably how we would do that.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Ostringer. Yep, Madam Chair, I personally can support, given the changes to the conditions of approval that Commissioner Wiscombe outlined. I would want to be specific about using composite bats in the condition, and having just reference to a sound deafening ball for the batting cage, and then a sound deafening or a quieter paddle for paddle ball. I don't know if I want to specify the ball for paddle ball, because I do get that perspective that it does change the play quite a bit, but they're always coming out with newer technology for balls and those sorts of things, but composite bats, you can pretty much guarantee that those are going to be quieter than aluminum. So I would be specific on that particular condition.
Okay. And Vice Chair Escobedo, did you have any thoughts to Commissioner Higgins' opinion about development of a noise monitoring plan such that may require or may warrant a continuance from today? I'm just not going to do a straw poll yet, but I'm just trying to track with everybody's thoughts as I'm making notes, and I'm sure staff is as well.
Yeah, I'm open to the idea, but I still don't know what that looks like, and I don't know what that looks like when it comes back to us, if we're kind of in the same boat. I'd probably lean towards wherever the majority of the commission is going. I'll say that.
Okay, very good, thank you. Okay, it's to you, Commissioner Lodge. What are your thoughts?
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. I too, like my colleagues, am very troubled by being put in this position. And this whole, the two projects before us today, both of them involve property owners who went ahead and did work without benefit of permits. And now the pieces are having to be picked up. And I hope other property owners take note and save themselves and the city a lot of trouble by getting permits first. Therefore, I can fully support the application for the golf simulator facility. They've gotten approval from the HLC, Historic Landmarks Commission, and they're getting their permit before they're doing the work. The rest of it, I'm sorry, I'm having real difficulty with the sound study that was done because there weren't monitors on the property of the most concerned neighbor. And I would fully support a continuance as requested by Mr. Capello for at least 4 weeks to allow time for one to be done where there are actual measurements made. It's partly because I have personal experience with this. I live 600 feet up above Peabody Stadium at Santa Barbara High School and a mile away, and I can hear it up here. Now, it's not loud, but comparable noise must be really loud at a property as close as the one of the neighbor who is objecting, and I think he has real reasons to do that. So I can't make the findings, and I would support a continuance though, so that we get more information. Oh, and the other point I want to make is in Mr. Capello's letter, there was a photograph of what it does look like from that neighbor's house, and his view has been quite altered with the addition of the extra courts. So those are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner Lodge. Commissioner Bonderson, I think it's over to you for your thoughts.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, I agree with my fellow commissioners. I find this project to be very disrespectful to the residential structures that are in the immediate vicinity of the sports complex, regardless if there's so much support that has come forward provided for this project from the community that uses it. I feel like this is a very inconsiderate way to support a project because we're not being considerate to those who live adjacent. And I believe strongly that if many of the people who do support this project were in the same exact position, they likely would feel differently. I can't personally imagine having this much sports noise so close to my home, and thus I'll start by saying I support a continuance at this moment to find solutions for reconfiguring the courts and potentially finding other ways of handling the situation. I also have to say that for such a well-known, long-lasting historical property in our community, to not follow the protocol and the guidelines of our permitting process, it makes this project even harder for us to look at from the point of view of just accepting it as a simple violation that somebody probably didn't know better. So for me, a project like this, had it been proposed and gone through the regular process, would have provided a letter of notice to the immediate neighbors. It would likely go to a design review board. There would be multiple opportunities for the public to voice their opinions and potentially their complaints, allowing the opportunity for hopefully cooperation with concerned neighbors on and finding ways for the owners to develop and design appropriately. Since that has not taken place, I strongly believe that, again, we need a continuance to allow for that kind of cooperation and communication to be allowed to take place here. So I actually have I don't know if there's room for a question and answer, but I'd like to know whether we as a PC can require some of those design elements to be reconsidered or rethought out. For example, can we suggest the batting cage be removed from this location altogether? Does that solve part of the noise issue? I'd also like to know more from Building and Safety about the amount of the as-built grading. There is a very high quantity of infill and new materials being brought to this property, had this project gone through the proper pathways, these things would have been discussed and designed and approved in a very different order. So for me, knowing about the grading, knowing about the engineering of the retaining walls, understanding their appropriateness before approving a project, or at least having it proposed so that we know what they're doing and hold them accountable before approving the project, is very important to me. So lastly, I would just say it's impossible to believe that a project like this was fully completed, activities full swing prior to a complaint. And then once that complaint went through, nothing changed. The activities continued until whatever took place a few days ago. So this doesn't give me a lot of good faith in what we are looking at without more information. Now, everything might be fantastic as proposed, but I don't feel like we've had enough time to truly vet it. Therefore, I'm unable to make the findings today. I appreciate the proposed language that Commissioner Wiscombe has suggested. I truly think that that's the language that we can move forward with in a future time. There's very good information that she's provided, but I'd also appreciate, if it's appropriate, I'd appreciate knowing if Ms. Ostringer or Mr. Buss could offer us other solutions today to help us get to where we need to be in the event that we cannot support approval of this project today. That's all I have. Thank you.
Do you want to directly, did you want to directly pose that question to staff,
Yeah.
to a staff member? Okay.
I really would. I didn't know I could, but I really.
Well, sure. Absolutely. Whatever you need to feel informed. So Ms. Ostringer and or Mr. Buss, could you join us?
Hi.
Hi.
Thanks for joining us. Do you want me to repeat the question or do you remember it?
I think it would be great to hear you restate it.
Of course, you got it. I was particularly curious to know what appropriate pathways may be available to us today to give us some options of other solutions to help us to get to where we need to go if approving this project today is not an option. What else can we do?
So Chair Schwartz and Commissioner Bonderson, you could add conditions as Commissioner Wiscombe has proposed. However, if those conditions aren't enough to get you to a place where you feel comfortable making the findings, you could either recommend denial, or you could recommend a continuance with direction on what information you'd like to see, what things you'd like for them to consider before they come back to the commission.
Thank you, Ms. DeBusk. Obviously, Ms. Ostringer didn't have to add anything, so I appreciate the completion of that answer. Chair Schwartz, do we have room in today's deliberations to discuss what we do want very specifically in the event that that's something that we may decide on as a group, as a majority?
Well, we have heard some specific requests for changes or additions to the conditions of approval. And we haven't heard yet from Commissioner Reed, so we're going to go to him as well. So if you have at this time anything additionally to what you've heard from Vice Chair Escobedo, Commissioner Wiscombe, Commissioner Higgins, that would be helpful. Or if you just support what you've heard, that's fine, just say that. I think I and staff are trying to track with the full list, and I think Commissioner Wiscombe is also tracking with the list. So
can we hear
Commissioner Wiscombe, you have a question?
Yeah, if the commission wants a continuance on this and we're looking for specifics, right now and perhaps Ms. Ostringer can answer this because I don't know the legalities of this, but right now there's a temporary restraining order against operating the sports complex. And Commissioner Higgins' suggestion is perhaps some sound monitoring equipment there. And to do that, the sports court has to be operative. So I'm kind of trying to figure out how we craft that in a continuance so that we get the information that we need and the property owner has a chance to do their own sound study, which is what I think they wanted to do. And can we condition it with adding the, whatever, the noise blanket for the batting cages and do a temporary operation of it? Or do we recommend a temporary operation of it for a period of time that we specify? And then with equipment added to really track the noise that comes from it. It seems to me that's the best way to go on this. So that's kind of a question.
Yeah, Madam Chair, after we hear from Commissioner Reed, I'm going to make a motion that will pick up the concerns of Commissioner Wiscombe and Bonderson.
Oh, okay, thank you. Ms. Ostrander?
Yes, thank you, Chair Schwartz and to the commission. There is a temporary restraining order by the court, so that's not something that we can address here. That's something they'll need to address in court. So I just wanted to make that clear.
Ms. Marr, I don't know if it's appropriate for Ms. Marr to come on at this time. Ms. Ostrander, I'll let you.
I assume I think Chair Schwartz, I don't know if Ms. Marr was giving a status update on the litigation or.
Is that what your intention was, Ms. Marr? That'd be the only appropriate thing at this time to.
If you had questions about what the status is of the temporary and restraining order, but we are currently not allowed to use the courts. To the extent that there's any request for sound monitoring, we would need cooperation from Mr. Mazzillo and authorization by the court to do so. Okay.
Thank you, Ms. Marr. Before we go to Commissioner Reed, Ms. Ostrander, I have a follow-on question. Thank you for being willing to do this sort of round robin. Speaking of sports, I'm thinking tennis. Anyway, Ms. Ostrander, given the restraining order, do we have a window of time with as that adjudication plays out, let's say, for our planning commission, should there be a majority interest in continuing this and requiring a noise monitoring plan to be developed? I'm not sure of the concurrent timelines or the dovetailing timelines that should be considered, or maybe helpful to be considered. Maybe I should put it that way.
Chair Schwartz, I wouldn't recommend you necessarily consider the temporary restraining order. I think what happens here will probably, they'll use it as they see fit. I was thinking with regards to the monitoring, that it would be a condition that you would put in when the sports court could be, if that was something we tried to develop once and if the courts are able to be open.
Okay, except that what I was hearing, and you'll recall that I pressed Commissioner Higgins for clarification. I heard, again, I don't know if there are majority votes for this, that the development of a noise monitoring plan, let's just loosely call it that, could be a requirement before this commission in a majority might feel comfortable supporting with some additional conditions the CUP amendment. So I heard very specifically development of a noise monitoring plan, and for us to know what that is in its entirety before potentially voting on the CUP amendments.
That's what
Did you hear? You heard that also? Okay, because that's different than just conditioning or applying additional conditions that one would be developed or will be developed. You know, then what's the trigger for that coming back to Planning Commission once it's developed for us to determine if we're in agreement with it or we think it's sufficient? You know, that seems a little awkward in terms of the timing of the process. So, okay, thank you. Did you have any other thoughts? No, okay. It's to you, Commissioner Reed, for your thoughts, please.
Thank you. So let's see, under the findings, under conditional use permit amendments, findings 1 through 9, I'm having trouble supporting number 3, specifically the detriment to surrounding properties or improvements. Number 5, particularly noise generating equipment will not be a nuisance to the use of property in the area, particularly residential use. And 8, that the prescribed hours and days of operation of the various facilities are such that character of the area is not altered or disturbed. That one to a lesser extent than 3 and 5. So I am in support of a continuance, however long that needs to be, to get this resolved. I don't know if we can recommend an indefinite continuance, but I'd be open to that. I think I support the idea of a noise monitoring plan. The caveat being that that gives the commission the ability to enforce. And we can review that plan, and that plan can be implemented. I feel strongly about some type of sound barrier. From my perspective, that would extend behind the entire complex, not just the batting cage. But I would also recommend the removal and or relocation of the batting cage. If the applicant comes back and decides they are willing to remove or relocate the batting cage, I would still insist upon that sound protection, and that they propose that plan to the commission upon return. And that's it.
Thank you, Commissioner Reed. Let me just do a check here. Did I leave anybody out, or does anybody have additional comments before I comment? Okay. Maybe what I'll do is ask my colleagues to join me here as I go into my comments, because we'll need to take some sort of action. First, I want to speak in a general term before I get to the specifics from what I heard from my colleagues and the notes I've taken and my own thoughts about the specifics of the findings. The average property owner in Santa Barbara does not have the luxury of an expert professional team of specialists advising them and supporting them through one or more processes in the city, whether that's property improvements for the first time, or there are unpermitted conditions on a property and enforcement has been opened, remedies are required. And I myself have direct experience. I mean, I've seen a lot of documentation as to what the city has required, kind of the good, the bad, and the ugly of what I'll call average property owners in terms of remediation to reverse the unpermitted conditions. And it's not uncommon, of course, this is a case-by-case basis, where the as-built, as they're called, as-built improvements are required to be removed. And I think fairness is very important here. And that's regardless of who owns the property, how large the property is, and the uses of the property. What's unique here is that this is not, yes, it's a private property, but it's not a residential property where, let's say, a property owner were to build a swimming pool in the backyard without a permit. The neighbors wouldn't say, but I can use that pool, so it's of benefit to me. That's not how that works. So with a private social club, a country club, there are member benefits. We're all aware of that. And at the same time, because it's embedded more or less in a residential neighborhood, and it's increasingly become ringed by residential properties, it wasn't always this way, as we know. I think there are above and beyond obligations, considerations that a property owner needs to undertake, needs to consider, needs to follow through on. So today's hearing is very disconcerting for me. because, as some of my colleagues have mentioned, the original project was approved in '09. 8 substantial conformance determinations later, we're at a major CUP amendment. And with all due respect to the applicant team members here today, and without spending too much time being overly critical or judgmental, I don't really think there are any justifications or excuses that are acceptable. But I'm trying to find my way through this, as I would any circumstance where unpermitted conditions, intentional or unintentional, have been constructed, have been implemented. So let me come to some of the specifics. And by the way, I feel like I need to add, I'm not sure that anything I can do today is actually fair. And the reason I say that is because I think if another private property owner, a residential property owner in the city of Santa Barbara, were to have constructed without a permit, the range of, well, the built environment, the range of uses that we see before us today, I think this would be, I think there'd be a hue and cry over it. And it's just because it is, you know, again, it's a private social club, country club. It in one sense falls into a different category. And of course the members are looking forward to these uses, these amenities. And I understand that. So when we go to the findings, certainly 5, 8, and 9 are of great concern to me, as we've heard, and Commissioner Wiscombe went into detail. We can go over that list if necessary shortly, but I'm in agreement with the list she provided. I'm in support of the changes to the conditions of approval that Vice Chair Escobedo mentioned. I would like to see a noise monitoring plan. I want to see the plan, if there are the votes for this, before we agree to significant other changes to the conditions of approval. In other words, you know, the amendment changes. Whether it's an indefinite continuance, we probably need an indefinite continuance because I'm not sure how long it's going to take for all the parties to work together on a mutually agreeable noise monitoring plan. And I don't know if a date certain is realistic, but perhaps staff could comment on that before we go back to my colleagues and see who might like to make a motion. Ms. DeBusk, a date
Chair
certain
Schwartz.
or indefinite, what are your thoughts about one path or the other?
Chair Schwartz, I think an indefinite continuance makes more sense because, as you said, we don't know how long it will take to get the report back. We want staff to have time to analyze it and provide comments back to the applicant. And we can renotice. That's not an issue for this item. I would like to announce that if anyone wants to make sure they're included in that renotice, that they submit their name as an interested party so that we can be sure that they're notified.
I would also just ask my colleagues to consider when a motion is made that, of course, with an indefinite continuance, not only a noise monitoring plan, but the collective recommended changes to conditions of approval also be drafted and codified to bring back to us so we can see a complete comprehensive list of everything we've put forward today. Now, I know that this does not include, Commissioner Reed, your concerns with number 3. So I don't know, you know, how you might like to participate next before we go to a motion, but I'm just, Mr. Welton, what did you want to add before? The commission's really doing its work right now. So
Yeah.
I'm reluctant to bring you on because we're gonna do what we're gonna do, as they say.
Of course, I think it's just more for me for clarification. When you say a noise monitoring plan, to me that meant a plan for us to monitor post-approval going forward at a certain time and then report back to you. Or are you asking for some additional noise report? Because that's what you referred to, and we need to get approval from a private owner next door. We may not want to give it, which would give us an untenable position for us. So I just wanted a little bit more guidance on what you mean by noise monitoring plan, if you wouldn't mind.
Commissioner Higgins, you brought this up. Did you want to confirm or edit what Mr. Welton just said, looking for clarification, and then we'll see if there's somebody
Yeah,
like to try.
I'll go right into a motion and I'll leave room here for my colleagues to suggest amendments, and I'll probably agree with them, but I'll move to continue the project to come back with two things. One, a noise management and monitoring plan to include but not be limited to ongoing noise measurements for consistency with our standards and for compatibility with area residences. And in parentheses, what that means is maybe it needs to be better than the standards because of the situation or the location. And other management methods or practices that will limit noise with respect to those things that Commissioner Escobedo brought up, techniques, signs, rules, enforcement internally, not by the city, but by their own staff, how they're going to manage that. Consideration of extra managerial or sort of, I guess, practice times or use of the soccer field. And then the other thing I'd like to see come back is some better analysis of alternative locations on the property for some of these improvements, including but not limited to an alternative location for the batting cages and anything else proposed. So basically tell us why other places on the property won't work. And with that, I with more homework, I'm comfortable. I could be comfortable with the project, just noting for the record, I would like also the applicant to come back, sorry, three things, a better assessment of the added level field area. I just did some bad geometry and it looks to me like the project in 2017 had about a 0.4 acres of flat area, and which you still have, but you've got now another third of an acre. So I want to really hone in on the added usable space of the property, and I just want to understand it. I fully appreciate that the membership is having a great time and using it to the extent they can without the private matter of the restraining order. Don't want to take anything away from that, but I do know, a sports complex is not a golf course. Those are two different things. So maybe it could be a golf course accessory, but it needs to be proven to be really compatible. So that's my motion. And
now, Commissioner Higgins, what about the list that Commissioner Wiscombe gave and that I said I would support it? I don't know how we're going to cobble this together unless we have something on this.
I'm happy to, well, if there's a second, I'm happy to amend.
All right. Commissioner Bonderson?
Thank you, Madam Chair.
We're looking for a second at this point. We have a motion on the table. So does anyone want to second the motion as Commissioner Higgins has articulated it? Okay, that fails for a second. So we can, if you want to try again, Commissioner Higgins, or would someone like to make a new motion, or Commissioner Lodge, you have your hand up. Hold on, Commissioner Lodge, you're muted.
Thank you, Madam Chair. While I agree with all the things that Commissioner Higgins put in his motion, I think it's a bit too long and too much for our motion. And I would move that the Planning Commission grant a continuance, an indefinite continuance to this project. And in the interim, arrangements be made for a noise study which involves monitors on the adjacent property owner's property.
Commissioner Lodge, I thought that we had affirmed that we're talking about a noise monitoring plan.
Well, I think before we make a noise monitoring plan, we need to know what the situation really is.
Okay, well, Ms. Ostringer's
Chair.
on. I think Ms. Ostringer is going to help us navigate this. Yes, Commissioner Wiscombe.
My comment to that motion is that we don't know if we're ever going to get permission to put any noise monitoring equipment on the neighboring property. So I would recommend that Commissioner Lodge change her motion to be in the closest proximity as possible to the neighboring property, i.e. the property line, but on the Montecito Club property. I think that's important because we may not ever get permission to put anything on their property.
Ms. Ostringer?
Yes, that might even be problematic as there's a court-ordered restraining order that's prohibiting the use of those courts. So I don't know, and I can't say for certain that the court or the parties would agree to allow the continuation or use of those courts for the monitoring study.
Well, from what I understood in Mr. Capello's letter, they wanted the 4 weeks so they could do not a sort of theoretical noise study, but a real one with monitors on the neighboring properties premises. I don't know how to, and obviously it doesn't have any value if there can't be any activity. So it would have to be based on, well, and again, I would think that the property owner would be interested in having the court order lifted so that the study could be done.
Commissioner Wiscombe, you've had your hand up, please.
Madam Chair, I would suggest that we perhaps limit the continuance to a generous amount of time, let's say 90 days. I think the TRO, although it's not before us, we have nothing to do with it. I think it actually has a date of expiration or a date of, I don't know the legal terms, but of response from the neighbor. And so if we limited this continuance to 90 days, then we would find out if we have any, or 120 days, that's fine. We would find out if these things that we want are doable in that period of time, or if that TRO is just going to get extended and we're back looking at the same project that we're looking at today.
Or did you want to pose that question to Ms. Ostringer about the timeline so that we understand if that's what I was getting at earlier in my question to Ms. Ostringer?
Yeah, I think it should be a closed timeline because that gives the property owner and the Montecito Club an opportunity to do all they can to cooperate with one another within a specific amount of time. And if that doesn't happen, then we're back looking at exactly what we're looking at today, maybe with, some additional changes by the club that they're proposing. So.
Okay, well, that was that's, hold on, everybody. I know this is a little difficult here, cumbersome. I know Commissioner Bonderson, you've had your hand up for a while. I do want to hear from, I think it'd be beneficial for us to hear from Ms. Ostringer, coming back to my question and now Commissioner Wisdom's question, so that we can decide if we should go for a date certain or an indefinite continuance. So could somebody from staff please help us in answering that question so that we can move forward with hopefully with a motion that has a majority support?
Chair Schwartz, and to the commission, there's no legal reason why you can't set it as a date certain.
I understand that, but I'm sorry if we weren't clear, Ms. Ostringer. Is there, whether it's 90 days or 120 days, what is the timeline that would be most beneficial to set as a date certain, given the private party suit that's going on with this temporary restraining order, that would allow the parties to, let's just say, attempt to find common ground, allow staff to take up all of our recommended changes to conditions and address this noise monitoring plan, those 3 words, a noise monitoring plan that Commissioner Higgins first mentioned, and I heard several other commissioners support as a part of a continuance. 90 days, 120, do we have some magic number that would be beneficial?
Oh, Chair Schwartz, no, I can't speak to any magic number. It's kind of assuming also that the parties in the private lawsuit want to work together. Hopefully that's okay. But no, right. I'd have to leave it to staff to see what our staffing levels are to kind of prepare a plan if that's the direction we're giving.
Okay, well then it's back to us. So Commissioner Higgins and then Commissioner Bonderson.
I think it's problematic to insist that the parties work together or to bring in a third party into this permit application. We do have the benefit of knowing there's a restraining order, but this commission cannot obligate the applicant to do something on somebody else's property. Then they're really part of the application. So plus, I think the added complexity is how do we understand the objectiveness of this test period where they're doing the noise monitoring. I'd rather have the noise monitoring be attached as a condition long term, so it is sincerely adhered to.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't. I'm sorry for too many words on the motion. I was trying to capture too much of everything, but I could amend that motion to return in 90 days. How can we as a city have an enforcement case on this property and then also allow them to operate in this violation? We can't really do that. They shouldn't be able to use these facilities regardless of the TRO. So I'll make a more concise motion if it helps.
Well, just wait one moment because Commissioner Bonderson has been patiently waiting and she's been trying to get my attention for some time now. Go ahead, Commissioner Bonderson.
Thank you, everyone. I just wanted to jump in earlier after Commissioner Higgins made his motion, not to deny the second. I would have been happy to second it with all the extra words. What I was most interested in knowing is if we could just develop the language a little bit further so that we were more clear, which this conversation is now doing that. But I think that in some way, when we do discuss the more specifics, we should be talking about how whatever type of noise monitoring plan or noise monitoring measurement device that might be in place absolutely should not be using an average of a 24-hour period. It should be looking at an hourly, it should be looking at the hours in use, and it should be also calculating if there is a day, maybe out of the ordinary, that the courts are very, very actively being used, not just saying that, well, there's not a lot of members today, so let's do the measurements today, and oh, look, it didn't really add up to much. I want to know what that max is, even if the max doesn't happen often. So I just want to really be clear in how we define what it is we're asking for. And so I would be happy to second that motion once Commissioner Higgins develops a little bit further.
Here's where we are. The time is getting on, And Commissioner Reed and I will be leaving at 5:30 in 25 minutes, one way or the other. Commissioner Higgins will be leaving at 6 o'clock. So what I would recommend, whoever wants to be the brave one, to make a simple, can we try to strip this down and make a simple motion? We're not going to get all the words correct, I think. So Commissioner Wiscombe, would you like to be of assistance here?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Okay, I will make a motion that we continue this item for a period of 120 days maximum, with the objective of an active period of time on the courts, on the sports complex and soccer field, in order to perform a noise monitoring plan. And that we also require the applicant to analyze potential alternative locations, particularly for the batting cages, but perhaps for other facilities, and that we require during, if successful in the active reuse of the sports complex and soccer field, that we require the applicant to use the times of operation specified of 9 a.m. to 7 p.m. or sunset, whichever is earlier, and that it's limited to use only when there are no other special events on the events lawn, and that there is no temporary or permanent lighting at the sports complex or the soccer field, and that the noise abating equipment as specified, and that includes composite bats, the batting cage balls as specified, and the paddles as specified. And that signage be placed, even if it's only temporary use, showing the hours of operation and the use of the club's equipment only.
I'll second that.
What, Commissioner Wiscombe, what about the hotline that we talked about with record keeping?
Okay, and that a hotline be established on the club's website, non-member page that gives a club representative name, phone number, and email for any complaints or concerns. And that the representative must keep a log of the complaints and concerns.
Return to PC, excuse me one moment. Return to PC in 1 year for a public hearing review?
I don't think we need to make that yet. I think
Okay.
we need
Got
to
it.
stick to what I've heard from my fellow commissioners as the conditions to operate the sports complex in order to get the information to make a decision on it. So we continue it to make a decision on it, but with these conditions in the operation of it temporarily.
Okay, so that's your motion.
Yes.
Okay, let's stop there. There's a period at the end of that motion. Is there a second to that motion in its entirety? Yes, Commissioner Lodge. Now we go to discussion on that motion. Oh gosh, a lot of hands. I'm going to go to Commissioner Reed because it was kind of a dual hand up thing. Go ahead, Commissioner Reed.
Commissioner Wiscombe, we both had suggested the sound barrier as well. I don't think that was included in your motion.
I'm sorry. You're absolutely right, Commissioner Reed. I'm very sorry. Yes, that's part of the installation. If the complex is going to operate, the sound barrier at the batting cages right now is required.
And my feeling on it is that they would come back and propose to the maximum extent feasible a sound barrier for the entire complex.
And I think they should, but I think that they've proposed this, and I think it's with due respect to them, I think it's and to the acoustical engineer, I think it's which is the wrong term, as I learned, that's only used in the state of Oregon. But that the batting cage is the real problem. So I think we should analyze it from that for now, and then if we end up requiring it in our next hearing to extend the whole way, then that's something else that we can consider.
And
Can I add a?
I'd like
well,
to.
no,
continue my
Commissioner
question.
Reed is still on. Yeah.
What did you think, Commissioner Wiscombe, about Commissioner Higgins' idea of the long-term sound management and monitoring?
I think that we're not to that. I don't understand the question, I guess. I don't think we're trying to deal with the sound management over a period of time when things are operating, so we can make an informed decision about the location of the as-built improvements. And so I don't think we're at the point of making any long-term decisions yet. My motion is for more study.
Yeah, that works for me.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. Anything else, Commissioner Reed, before I go back to Commissioner Bonderson? We're still in discussion on the motion. We have a first and a second, and then we'll go to Higgins after Bonderson. Go ahead, Commissioner Higgins. Commissioner Bonderson, excuse me.
Thank you. And please excuse me for interrupting you earlier. I didn't mean to do that. I just wanted to add a thought, since Commissioner Wiscombe is putting so much effort into the study, the noise study. Because that batting cage is the biggest highlight of this topic, biggest concern for noise, I think that we should be very clear about surveying the entire sports complex, as Commissioner Reed mentioned, with and then without the batting cages, to really allow us to understand how much of a significant difference it makes. And if we do at some point decide that there may be removal of the batting facility, the cage, that we know we have information to support that. You know, do we need more noise proofing because with or without that batting cage, it's necessary. I don't know if that's something we can just ask for, make a recommendation for. It doesn't have to be part of the motion, but I feel like when I hear Commissioner Wiscombe and Reed talk, that's what I'm getting out of it. Is there some way that we can add that as a recommendation or thought to this discussion?
Commissioner Wiscombe?
I could amend my motion to include in the noise monitoring plan, or whatever I called it, a specific request that the monitoring plan included a footnote when the batting cage is being used.
Okay.
I think that answers the question.
Okay, yes. Commissioner Higgins, thank you. Commissioner Higgins, you're up again.
Can I ask my other question?
Go ahead. Sorry, I thought that was it.
Okay, I'll make it really quick. I just wanted to know, since we are consistently being asked to look at a project like this as if it were new and not as if it were an enforcement case, one thing I'd like to know is if this is the right time and place to make the recommendation that when this project does come back, that the applicant team provides a plan set that shows the before, the existing, in addition to the proposed, which is the as-built, is what we're looking at now, so that we really understand the difference. I don't see drawings like that. Makes it really hard to understand what the area looked like prior and how much grading there was and whatnot. Are we able to put that in here somewhere?
You have well, since Commissioner Wiscombe made the motion, Are you asking staff or are you asking the motion maker?
I'm asking where it belongs and who we need to ask. I don't know if it makes sense to ask for that as part of the motion or not. I'm not sure.
Did you refer to the grading plan? Is that what you're referring to, Commissioner Vondersen?
Commissioner Wiscombe, excuse me. There's a little lag in my audio, so I apologize if I end up interrupting you. I was speaking specifically about the different site plans that we have in our set. It shows a lot of the as-built documents, but it doesn't show an existing or what it may have looked like prior to them breaking ground.
So are you asking that it shows what was pre-approved? Because
Exactly.
it did include a sports court. Okay. I think that can just be a request for them to bring it back. But I do want to add one other thing that the commissioners talked about, and I think it may be important here just on a comfort level, and I can make it part of the motion if you want. People were, some of my fellow commissioners were talking about the extension of the event lawn, basically west of the soccer fields, and what kind of fill was it, clean fill. I would be happy if my fellow commissioners agreed to add a requirement that core drillings are done in that area to determine compaction rate, well, to determine fill type, since there was import of fill.
I personally would really appreciate anything that we could do to understand how that was done, what is there now, and what the grading looked like before and after, in any capacity that we can request it for the returning plan set.
They can do compaction tests and borings for the type of fill.
Okay, Commissioner
And
Higgins.
I'm happy to do that if my fellow commissioners agree, including my seconder, Commissioner Lodge.
Okay, I'm going to go to Commissioner Higgins, and then I'm going to see if we're coming down the pike to taking a motion, just because we have, again, 10 more minutes before I have to leave, and Commissioner Reed.
I'm going to
So,
approve
Commissioner
just about
Higgins.
anything at this point because we've got to get this item out of here, given our time constraints. But Commissioner Wiscombe, does your motion include a study of whether or not the batting cages could go elsewhere?
Yes.
Okay.
I asked for an analysis of alternative locations.
Okay. I'm pretty confused at what the difference between my motion and this is now, but I'll leave that to myself. So I'd like to move it on.
Yeah. Vice Chair Escobedo, please, before we go to ask staff to come and do a vote on the motion.
Yeah, I'm a little confused, but I think I have most of it. My only question is, in the motion, is there another sound study before they would come back? And the only reason I bring that up is because the courts won't be active, so it wouldn't be an accurate sound study, right? Or is it just a sound plan, like a sound dampening plan?
The intention of my motion is to give the two parties, the club and the neighbor, 120 days to come to a cooperation level where the sports complex can operate, the soccer field can operate in order to do a noise monitoring plan. That's my intention. And I felt that 120 days was sufficient.
But without our approval, are they allowed to operate?
That we're not involved in that. You just give them 120 days, and then the outside litigation will take its course. I think.
But I mean, without the amendment, they wouldn't be permitted to use that space. Is my thought, Mr. Bus.
Vice Chair Escobedo, correct. So it seems that there should be an ability for the applicant to do additional noise modeling if there's not an ability to do it with the club actually operating those activities.
Madam Chair, I'm pretty sure the applicant is gonna understands what it is that is going to be needed to get this commission's approval, either by way of a third-party approved study or other long-term monitoring. Thereafter, the use is allowed, and we ought to give it up to them to come back with a more fully baked project with whatever it is that they heard today.
Okay, so we've heard everybody has said their piece, and I'm not going to comment further. I'm in support of the motion and the second. Commissioner Wiscombe?
Madam Chair, if it's convenient with the seconder, I'd just like to add the compaction requirement and compaction testing, and perhaps a few cores done to test the fill at the extended lawn area, which also wasn't approved. Thank you.
It's acceptable to Commissioner Lodge? Okay, as the seconder. Yes, Ms. Ostranger, please, before we wrap up here.
Yes, Chair Schwartz, I just want to confirm that the seconder was accepted the sound barrier as proposed, and that the noise monitoring plan contained a footnote when the batting cage was referenced. That was also a proposed part of the motion.
Okay, actually, I wasn't quite sure what Commissioner Wisdom meant by a footnote.
Yeah, after Commissioner, I think it was Commissioner Bonderson was specifically asking about the batting cage. And so I added that footnote about in a monitoring plan, a potential monitoring plan, I'll call it, that a footnote be added when the batting cage is being used so that we could understand the noise levels there. And what was the second part, Ms. Ostranger? That
it was the sound barrier on the batting cages.
Oh, okay, yeah, and that we add the sound barrier as proposed by the applicant today, if this proceeds and they are allowed to operate the courts for this noise monitoring plan.
Okay, those are all right. I accept.
Good.
Okay, we're not going to get this perfect, so we've got to bake it to the best of our ability right now. I'm going to ask Ms. Fennessy to come online, and as she does, I'm going to say, for all those watching, this is how and why our commission does the comprehensive work we do. These are very complicated matters. They matter to the applicant, they matter to the neighbors, they matter to the community. So I know it can be frustrating and it can seem highly labor intensive, which it is for all of us, but I hope there's also a level of understanding and appreciation for why we have to take this kind of time and due diligence. So with that, Ms. Fennessy, could you please do a voice vote on the motion?
Thank you, Chair and Commissioners. I will now begin the roll call vote. Commissioner Bonderson?
Yes.
Vice Chair Escobedo?
Yes.
Commissioner Higgins?
Yes.
Commissioner Reed?
Yes.
Commissioner Lodge?
Yes.
Commissioner Wiscombe?
Yes.
And Chair Schwartz?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion passes.
Thank you very much. Okay, we are at 5:24, and I need to ask my colleagues how you'd like to handle the second item. Again, in 5 minutes, Commissioner Reed and I need to depart for different reasons. At 6 o'clock, Commissioner Higgins is going to vacate the premises. And so the question is whether or not someone would like to make a motion to continue the second item, or turn it over to Vice Chair Escobedo, and those of you who are here will continue on to the extent that you see fit. I first saw Commissioner Bonderson's hand up, and then Vice Chair Escobedo.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to make the motion to go ahead and continue 801 Cliff Drive to a further.
I'll second that.
Okay, so we have a first and a second for a continuance on our second item, which is 801 Cliff Drive. Any discussion on that motion? No. We are wrung out. I can tell. I can look at everybody's face. We'd probably be drooping if we were in council chambers right now, especially with this heat. So with that, Ms. Fennessy, would you please take, oh, wait, Mr. Busk, you have something for us.
Thank you, Chair Schwartz.
Oh, continue it to a date certain, or?
That's what I'd like to know, if that's your intent.
Okay, well, we have all the documentation. What date would be possible as UCR openings?
Unfortunately, your schedule is pretty full. Next week's agenda has the development agreement at 701 North Milpas. If you think it can fit onto that agenda, I think that would be the easiest place to continue it. But your agendas for all of August are pretty full.
Okay, let's go beyond. I'm going to exert myself as chair. We're not going to add one thing to a development agreement for next Thursday. So let's go beyond that. What's the next possible, more flexible schedule?
The next meeting is August 5th, and you have the path update as well as the economic feasibility study for multi-unit housing. So that's a pretty full agenda. The following week, August 12th, you have concept review for a new condo project on Mitchell-Terena Street, and also AUD concept review for a new project at 630 Chapala.
Okay, what about a special meeting? I mean, we did have, 2 meetings, but in July canceled. So what if we do a special meeting to take up 801 Cliff Drive? Can we look to, I'm just going to the calendar here.
July 22nd or July 29th would be possible dates.
July 22nd or 29th. Do we have any commissioners absent? The 22nd or 29th? And do we have any comments from any of my colleagues about, I can't remember, vacations or otherwise? If you're unavailable, it'd be great to have all 7 of us here. Commissioner Bonderson?
I'm unavailable on the 29th.
Okay.
I'm also unavailable on the 29th.
How about the 22nd?
Works for me.
I'm out.
No for Commissioner Reed and no for Escobedo. Oh, goodness. Okay, let's go to August. I'm trying to do this very quickly because I have to leave in a few minutes, as does Reed. What about a special meeting in August?
August 26th is the only Thursday left.
Okay. What does everybody think? Can you do August 26th? No, no one Reed.
Is this a special meeting for the one item?
For 801 Cliff Drive, however long that takes, and we can call it one item, but we know what one item can mean. So I don't want to assume that it's some speedy, 1 hour hearing.
Just add it to an item way out in September or October.
Well, let's look at September. Where are we in September, Mr. Busk?
I would assume a receive and file is not going to take all day. So it ought to be going onto an agenda with other items.
Well, we're looking, Commissioner Higgins, and I'm trying to do this expeditiously. So
September 2nd. September 2nd would be the first available regular scheduled meeting.
Okay, how about that? Thumbs up? No. Commissioner Wisdom is gone. You're gone. Yeah. Commissioner Bonderson, no. Okay.
For me, that was fine. It wasn't a
no. What was the?
The September 2nd.
Okay. Commissioner Bonderson, how do you feel about Commissioner Wisdom, how do you feel about us doing it on the date when you're gone, this particular item? Would you like us? How important do you feel it is? I want to respect your participation.
No, that's fine, Madam Chair. I think we all have our personal schedules, so it is what it is. I may be available for that meeting, but I don't think so.
Okay. I'm just looking up and down the aisle here, September 2nd, going once, going twice. We're doing September 2nd. Special meeting, 801 Cliff Drive. Okay, Mr. Busk?
Can the maker of the motion add that to the motion, and then can we hear from the seconder?
Of course, I'd be happy to do that. So I would like to make the motion to continue 801 Cliff Drive to September 2nd agenda.
And I would second that, maybe with the caveat that if something does get canceled prior to September 2nd, that this item could be heard at one of our regular meetings, if that's possible, Mr. Busk.
Commissioner Wiscombe, the problem is that we would need to renotice. So we could possibly make that work. It takes some extra noticing to be clear to the public that September 2nd is canceled and we're holding a new hearing.
Let's try to do it September 2nd. Let's just leave it on and yeah, but I know what you're saying, Commissioner Wiscombe, yeah. Certainly if something gets canceled, we don't want to have a big gap, you know, if staff moves something out that gets canceled, yeah. Okay, so we have a first and a second, and do we need a vote on that going to September 2nd, Mr. Busk? Do we need Ms. Fennessy back on that, please?
Yes, we do.
Okay, so Ms. Fennessy, this is to continue. You heard the motion, and we have a second, and that's to continue it to September 2nd. So we just need you to take a voice vote.
Thank you, Chair. I will now begin the roll call vote. Commissioner Bonderson,
Yes.
Vice Chair Escobedo,
Yes.
Commissioner Higgins,
Yes.
Commissioner Reed,
Yes.
Commissioner Lodge,
Yes.
Commissioner Wiscombe,
Yes.
and Chair Schwartz.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion passes.
Thank you. With that, let me just turn to Vice Chair Escobedo. I have to excuse myself. So I think can we set aside our administrative agenda and just adjourn for today? Is everybody comfortable with that? Thumbs up, thumbs up. Very good. The Planning Commission meeting for July 8th, 2021 is adjourned. Thank you, everyone. See you soon. Be well.
Bye.